It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs, to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees, that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of a president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but we star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand. To be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle. Which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Welcome everyone to the 256th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 27th, 2018. Once again, this is a presentation from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be the host today. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, as per usual in the last 255 Knowledge Seekers workshops. He will introduce today's topics and the latest news from the Keshe Foundation, as well as deliver today's teaching. Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin? I think we have to do some unmuting, perhaps.
Yes, I forgot about that. After 256 sessions, I have to press something.
So, a lot of buttons to push around here.
Yeah, a lot of buttons. I'm pushing a lot of buttons on the other side, that's why. As usual, good morning, good day to you. wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs. Today is 27th of December, and those of you who are familiar with the Path of Christ, bless his name, we celebrate his birthday and we start a new year somewhere in between. A lot of dates has been changed over the time, not to mix and match with other religions. But in essence, sometimes around this time is when we believe the soul of Christ was delivered on this planet. In so many ways, man needs always an excuse to do something, and this is a good excuse to celebrate. In the path of belief, does not matter where we go and what we do, we find at the end of it we all believe in one thing, that man up to now has never been given the confidence that his inner being is the source of his own creation of that new dimension. And in so many ways, as we go over the past teachings of few weeks, we understand that even the physicality of the man from the dimension of the universe is a dimension of existence of the universe itself. The structure, the physicality of the body of the man is more or less is another galaxy. The soul, the sun in the center, and the rest of the stars and moons and the dust in that process are part of this universe. If you look at it, in the solar system we have the Earth, the Sun, Jupiter and galaxies have the same things. So the body of the man as a galaxy has the liver, the kidney, the heart, all positioned in different positions in the structure of it. As we said, macro is like macro and everything is the same. What we've taught in past couple of years, and especially in this year, we can sum it up. We came towards one direction. We came towards, in a way, the unification of the soul of the man, that we are all together unified at one soul. And collectively, we make the soul of the creator, the bigger things. And each one of us has a position in that structure of the life of the universe. We appear in different shape of forms, planets, humans, animals, other creatures in universe, but in all we are part of that body. We are as energy of a cell of a heart, and then as the cycle of life of the cell finishes, we become another part of the cell of the liver or something else, or we move to another dimension outside the body of the man, but we still exist. Nothing ever diminishes. The conservation of the unified field theory confirms the existence of the life of the creator and not the man. And this is a very important point for us to understand. In the process of past year, past 12 months, we have moved a lot. If you look at it, we have moved the understanding and the revelation of the truth about the man by thousands of years in past year. Understanding the position of the soul of the man, understanding the operation of the soul in the dimension of physicality. 2018 has been a closure for the past knowledge, for the past life of man on this planet. And 2019, which we come to as being promised, will be the year of glorious time for mankind. A lot of things has happened and we learn from it, and a lot of things will happen that will come to learn from what we have learned. There are a number of things which has happened in the past year, and especially how we see it and how we do it and how we done things. Now we know the soul of the man is part of the body of the man. Now we know The soul of the man is part of the soul of the creator. Now we know the totality of the whole life. A lot of things happening. Sorry, I stopped talking because we are negotiating with the Chinese government in the background on a special announcement. And they've just given us the time and position where they want it. Just 1 second, please. What is going to happen with us, what we have understood, and what will affect us, it'll be amazing. How will progress will be more different than what we had up to now. In so many ways, we promise you, even as we heard in the opening tapes, we promise you the unification of man with the universal community. This offer was officially made on 22nd of December 2018 to the Chinese government in a closed meeting. And in so many ways, for the first time, we offered a nation and opening into space. You see Chinese government as solid, and the nation and the government we can rely on. On Saturday, 22nd of December, in Beijing, the offer was made directly to the Chinese government, and in so many ways, this allows us to open a new channel. But to be equal, the porthole which we offered will be offered to 3 other nations. As you know, we work on a star formation, we see the reasons for it, and we understand the reason for it. The other nation which will receive the porthole, which means access to universal community through, is the Iranian government. Negotiations with the Iranian government in that process will start, and has already started for a long time. The third nation which will receive the porthole, which means in a way access to universal community, but at the same time collectively, is the nation of United States. This means in the space program, Iran, China and United States have to work hand in hand. We foresee and we invited to see the fourth porthole in the nation of Russia. The knowledge and depth of understanding of the work of universe is an asset to such a collection. We have brought the soul of understanding of the space, as we say, the free space, through the nation of Brazil. Brazil will become another porthole in the dimension of the space technology, which will be given the totality of the knowledge. Some of you were wondering why we have gone through education and university education, very close collective work with the nation of Brazil in past year. Maybe now you understand. Brazil has been extensively developing the space program in the background, in a private and public, or what you call black box investments, through the time of the Germans when they moved to South America. Technology is fairly developed, and it's in a way unifies the two parts of this planet. We need to always to bring a nation in a position that is hope, and give hope to its citizens. For this reason, we see a porthole for the nation of India, and this completes the totality of our work. The first porthole, which has been promised to the Chinese, will have a diameter of around 10 meters. If you go back to my teachings, I have spoken many times about it. Now, physically we deliver systems which create this condition. What this means, if you remember, we said we make a fish tank that allows the condition of life for other members of the universal community to manifest themselves in. This is not going to be an easy job, but the technology has been developed by the Keshe Foundation in parts that now can become collectively as one. In a coming time, the same porthole will be allowed in city of Tehran. Americans choose their own, so do the Russians, and so the Brazilians. But within 2019, we'll establish the first line of communication through new technology. Many of you see patches of work and you do not see the totality of the patchwork. But we know what we developed, we know where we sit, and how the Keshe Foundation become the seeds, but not the totality of it. In this respect, we have called for a meeting of these nations' space programs in Beijing. We foresee the meeting according to what is arranged with the universal community understanding somewhere around 8th or 9th of March of this year. This will allow all the space agencies with the support of Chinese government on the back of One Belt, One Road to meet in China. Which means we start a collective One Nation space program. As I speak with you, we're receiving confirmation in different ways through Chinese authorities. They prefer it to be in May and June in the international conference, which is already organized through other activities of One Belt, One Road, which the Keshe Foundation will be as one of the main speakers of this international conference. But we would like it to be at the time chosen by the members of the universal community. In any way, we make one space agency, spaceship agency or group out of these nations. What is important and why we have arranged the organization of the portholes is very simple. Man needs to understand who the other parties in the party are before attends a meeting or a party. What this means, human race has to come to understand and see for the first time, clearly, without any hesitation, the existence of others in the universe. We always guessed, we always thought, if you go to the party, would the cousin will be there? Would my uncle turn up? Or would the auntie be there, which I do not like to see, and what would be the reaction or excitement of seeing a newborn in the party? This time, for us to join the universal community, we will see the members of the parties, at least. As we make these portholes, or what you call the gateways to the universal community, we are allowed to interact within a confine of the space where we feel safe and they feel safe. As I said many times, we create the condition for manifestation of those who are in touch with us, have been among us, but this time on an orderly manner. What I would like you to do is to listen to the opening of this session intro. And then come back and listen to the teachings again. Today's teaching. We never promised you heaven, but we promised you the unification of man in the universal community. And we think that mankind has reached that point that it's time to open the doors. I would like to thank the Chinese government for facilitating the first international conference of the spaceship nations. We'll teach equal to the Iranians and the Americans, as we do with the Russians and Indians, as the Chinese and Brazil. No other nations at this moment, it seems to be or have the capability to understand the massive progress which is in the background of such an interaction and such a meeting. We have received approval from the Chinese government for calling this conference on a national level. The NASA organization will be invited, the same as Russian Space Agency, Iranian Spaceship Program. What I call hidden development of the space program of Brazil in conjunction with the German government, which has been in the background for decades, now we give it the room to become part of the international organization. Indians understand the space program in a different dimensions than the Chinese do, and the totality of these nations brings balance to understanding the total culture of the human race. We have not chosen a porthole for European nations, as we do not see this continent as an individual continent, and nations need to be in such a program. And you will understand in the future why. In a way, we have represented the European continent through Germany to Brazil. As you know, during the Second World War and after, many German programs were moved to South America. And these programs, some of them are very advanced, but cannot reach goals or whatever they've done. We collectively will bring these sciences together. What this situation allows us is that by opening these portals, we start the first stages of interaction, interface between the mankind and the members of the universal community. We see the maturity of the man in what we have seen in the past decades, not in the past few years, and in so many ways seeing the maturity of especially President Xi of China and President Putin, where they stood for peace, and it starts showing us the maturity. If you remember, I always say, when we see one understands, we teach that part. And two nations have understood. And so it's time to enlighten and mature the knowledge. It's not going to be an easy trip. In so many ways, if we allow the Europeans with the mentality they've had to conquer and become part of what they did in Africa and the rest of the world, we invite more problems. We invite huge problems. And this cannot be part of this cycle. There is no colonialism. We don't allow no one to be colonized or to become a colony of the other. The white race of Europe has been the cause of many problems of the recent past, and it seems they have not learned. So We bring the collective peaceful nations like Iran, with 300 years of no entering, no war, like Chinese, who understand the relationship between the two sides, the Russian understanding of the friendship and unity and peace. And in so many ways, by allowing India, we bring the old cultures of mankind together. If you look in totality of the 6 nations, we represent more than 50% of the world population, which this gives us a majority. But then decisions has to be made on the other space and dimensions. On the other hand, the Keshe Foundation headquarters will move to a permanent position that will allow us to work as the headquarters of the Keshe Foundation. And the Keshe Foundation, as I've been informed, the management of the Keshe Foundation will move to the nation of Malta. We build headquarters and operational headquarters in that island, as is a mixture of the understanding of 3 continents of Africa, Europe and Asia. And this allows us to build a solid center with the support of all the Keshe Foundation supporters. The development and the teaching of the Keshe Foundation will take shape in the coming year. The manufacturing part to see the benefits of new technology and employment will be discussed in a meeting in China with the 6 nations. Keshe Foundation will be the chairing of this meeting, and as a collective, not as individuals. I thank the Chinese government for facilitating such a thing, but we still prefer March date than May and June. As we say, the time and the place has been chosen, and we try to abide by it. From now till that time, we teach in more depth, and we expect to see more collaboration within nations. As you understand, when you call such a conference and you put such a position, it means nations have to start talking. They have to understand the totality, and there'll be a lot of negotiations in the background. We do not expect much from the Keshe Foundation members, except those who were enlightened to be part of the teaching. In my meeting in Beijing last Saturday with the Chinese people, was made very clear. The porthole is for understanding the work of the universe, and in so many ways, writing the peace treaty as part of the life of this planet. We have to understand the totality of the work, and to understand what it will bring us, what changes will bring to every single citizen of this planet. It's not anymore to show Ganses and to show Maghreb units and to show power units, but it is to plan for the future that the whole of the human race simultaneously and collectively understand. The teaching program to be able to do such a thing in a very simple way has been taken shape in the background in education, what we call the university graduation work of the Keshe Foundation, which has been structured and has been planning for the universities in Brazil from March of this year. So you understand why we chose the March date. It's the time when we start educating, not just in Brazil, but across this planet. The time and the place in China will be decided by Chinese leadership. In so many ways, as one of the points which we stick to the islands and we see beauty in it, I always said such a conference has to take place in such a space that shows the development of the new technology And as many of you know, the new center of development that all the nations of the world have collectively gathered together to show the beauty of an island has been taking shape, not in Dubai, but in the island of Sanya. And the facilities for such a conference and safety of the world leaders and those who attend as scientists seems to be the right place for us. And that's what we suggested before, and we suggested the Chinese government. This allows a lot of things for us to take shape. In so many ways, allows us to be able to work as one nation, as one planet, and all the resources of nations to develop the space technology will be collectively, not individually. I foresee in the coming year and years, amalgamation of NASA with Iranian space technology, with Russian space technology as one. China needs a lot to learn in the space program, where Iran has matured in the spaceship program, which NASA needs to move to the next step. On the other hand, we have to understand what are the implications of such a development and such a move. When we make one nation, one group as a spaceship program with China, Brazil, Russia, India, Iran, as one group, which means in that process, these nations seeing the totality understand the need for one nationness, as the borders will have no boundaries on the physical dimension. In so many ways, as we started the teaching of the doctors and the agriculture separate, we will start teaching the spaceship program in the vast dimensions of the governmental support guaranteed programs, which means the national scientists will committed to it, will take a new dimension of sharing knowledge. And then this group has to decide how the knowledge will be shared or not to be shared, will be passed on to the rest of human race. The request from the universal community is that most of the communications to be live, that is seen by totality of human race. This part needs to be seen. If you remember, some few years ago, I spent 3 months teaching the basic of the knowledge in Trani, in the beautiful nation of Italy. I go back to 3 months of solid teaching to the 6 space agencies, which means I'll teach the edge of knowledge of universe to the scientists, which means that become the cornerstones of the spaceship program, or what it means, the unification of mankind. This be the language, this is the structure, this be a lot of other things which is within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. The request for establishment of a meeting in China of the space programs will be made through Keshe Foundation in conjunction with the Chinese government officials, which means it's an official program. We respect the nation of China and spend a lot of time in the past couple of years to make sure the ground for such a meeting is set. What does this mean? The clean and correct environment for creation of portals. What does it mean that we meet in that condition? The members of the Earth Council will be present at every point of these interactions. The 6 members of the Earth Council have the responsibility for 1 porthole each. And this will be shown, and now you understand why. Collectively, the Earth Council will decide on the next steps in the interaction, and collectively, in sharing with the 6 nations and 6 portholes, we transfer knowledge which is appropriate to be understood. You got to understand, human race has a diversity of cultures and understanding, and all these has to be respected. In the path of Muhammad, bless his name, moon is holy. We cannot change the culture of 1400 years in 1 year. So it's the responsibility of people like Dr. Parviz who understand the culture as a member of the Earth Council to transfer now that knowledge to Islamic world that we respect and we honor, but mankind has moved and has to move to the next step. Training and bringing understanding to many tribesmen is not easy. At the same time, we'll have the problem with the Indian culture. It's still the same. On the other hand, the Chinese have to be able to transfer this knowledge and the new opening to their citizens. The job of Brazilian group, and especially Dr. Rodriguez for South America, is very easy, because this continent is very familiar with this dimension of work. Some of you might ask, why not Africa and why not Australia? Collectively, as a group, we have chosen bring the essence of Africa as a motherland. It's the children who have taken knowledge back to the continent of Africa. At the same time, the knowledge has to be understood. Not that we decide if man can understand, but it has to be understood by the man, that what it brings for it. In so many ways, part of what you see in the teachings in coming weeks will graduate us to the final position. And in so many ways allows us to bring the line of communication in line. In the last week's teaching, what we saw from the research center in Austria and what was shown, it brought back a lot of points in us trying to understand what was destined and not what we try to destine ourselves for. In so many ways, if you listen to the last week's teaching, I explained, we cannot go backwards. The process was set to the Austrian research team to develop what was to develop, but they decided to go back and do what they thought, and this is not within the program of what we planned. And this has to be understood. From now on, what is asked of different research centers and different groups is part of a bigger plan, not part of a local we do. The same goes with Arizona. The same will goes with the research center, which is to be built in Nigeria, which is under control of Alex. And the same will be in the process of what we'll set up in Russia. As some of you know, we will attend a meeting in Russia in April, as we've been invited. In that process, we'll establish further by that time the totality of the link of understanding the nuclear industry, the plasma technology, and understanding of the work of the nations together. In so many ways, I have achieved what I came. I unite the leading nations of this planet, and in that, and through their powers and economy, we unite the humanity. India, China, Brazil, Russia, United States, and the center of the knowledge, Iran. We have to understand that the totality of the knowledge belongs to humanity and not one race. And at the same time, we have to teach the world leaders how much we have to change. I told you when we see the first sign, we move, but we created the condition for the first signs. But withdrawal of the Americans from Syria and in ending more involvement in conflict, we received the first signs as we requested. And it means now it's time to ready to go. And we have to encourage with the new technology to make the old system obsolete, but still give a new hope for the new dimensions, for the new cycle. So, in so many ways, as I said, 2019 has been promised in the books of the past. Now you understand, we fulfill the prophecies of the books. Then it comes, would be any difference between the Palestinians and the Jews, which are of the same blood, but claiming different path of maybe understanding. Jews are not a different tribe than the Syrians. They're of the same blood. Very much like Shias and Sunnis. Very much like Hindus and Buddhists. In so many ways, it becomes the responsibility of these 6 nations to confer and confirm on their citizens that they're all one, irrespective of what we see. But let's look at the beauty of our path of beliefs and not what creates separation and conflict. In that process, the universal community will make facilities and the release of new knowledge to mankind. This has been agreed upon. It means we start teaching of the knowledge of the universe to the totality of the human race. There are those who have come with me and are part of my soul. They'll become the teachers of the coming time. Understanding the totality is not the job of one man, but the soul of totality. In the coming time, when we teach and when we make interface interaction and we make conditions of different planets and universes in these portals for man to learn, to understand, it keeps to my promise that I said, I'll take man to universe, not as subordinate, but as equal. So in that process of interaction with the universal community in the coming months, we'll teach the totality of the knowledge of universe that elevates the soul of the mankind as a one in the totality of the soul of universal community. Would we need to eat? Would we need to work? As I said in many of my teachings, 7 billion population on this planet is not enough. The totality need to meet the demand of the space as such in next 100 to 200 years is at least 25 billion human habitation on this planet and into a space. There is one thing which man will find out in these interactions, and we showed it with the programs of the pig in China. is that we eradicate man's illnesses. Because we understand the operation. Physical dimensions of what we call termination of life for man will be taken out of circulation. As the soul of the man will choose, will dictate its point of manifestation and its demise, not the demise of the physical dimension, but merging into becoming part of or becoming as one system. Which means from now on we learn as is taught and is understood in the universal community, we understand the work of the soul of the man. Which means the physicality has no dimensions. When we will speak about the cancer, it will become a laughing time. And when we speak about breaking a bone, it will become a joke. Which means we gain the knowledge to understand the life of the man in the dimension of universal community through the soul of the man. In so many ways, I sat for a year in China, looking at the totality of what it'll be. As many of you know, I'm well familiar with understanding of culture of the Europe and the West. Lived in it for long enough. Understand the culture of domination out of fear of being dominated and robbing and stealing, like the islands, like England, France, Netherlands, Japan, that the little boys try to confirm they own everything. In so many ways, in this process, most of the treasures of the nations will be returned back to the nations, not by request, but by humbleness and so many apologies for what we've done and what we have to do. This is not a punishment. This is understanding to the European culture matures in the world of peace. Because in so many ways, as cultures matured, we've seen Greece, the Romans, the Armenian Empire, and Japan, what we call Chinese Empire, have come to understand there is not much to capture if you cannot capture the soul of your citizens. And this culture needs to be taught to the Europeans. And this will take time. This matures many of you. This matures many of the Europeans to understand the superiority of the man through the color of the skin of the man has been a fallacy which is bought by the man with a feeble mind. In so many ways, it becomes the job of many of you as knowledge seekers to start understanding of it. I'll be traveling to Iran in a very short time to encourage the Iranians to share the knowledge of the space program they have with the rest of the world. It's not an easy job, and I know it'll be very hard to trust those who plan to destroy you, and you've always been an outsider. But this little boy of outsider, as a nation of Iran, has developed many facets which matches to the work of the universal community. In February, March, I'll be traveling to Brazil to finalize the last part. In April, I'll be in Russia to bring the totality. We invite the Americans to China to come and learn and become humble. But you have to understand, present space technology needs those who are familiar with the work of universe, not made to think they know the work of universe. That falls on the members of the Universal Council. This means we go back to the members of Universal Council for support, and whatever need be, the members of the core team will be there. The institution of the Universal Council and the core, what we call the Earth team, will be made in the island of Malta. We have given you home. We give you headquarters to operate through. And at the same time, you will understand Malta is the place where many souls have traveled through. In time we understand, even Jesus has gone through in different ways, and we see the culture of Islam, we see the culture of what we call Christianity, all in one island. And this brings unification of the Abrahism all together as one. And that is a good place to start, because the others have already matured. We need to mature the soul of the sons of Abraham. What do we expect from interaction of these portals? Very simple. What will be done in time when the man builds the right environment for manifestation and confirmation of the souls of those of the universal community? We might see, possibly, a physical interaction. That depends on how safe the members of the universal community feel to share their knowledge of given part which is theirs with the humanity. This brings us to one point. The commitment to the Spaceship Conference and then following with a One Belt One Road of His Excellency President Xi of China will force us in one direction. The end of production of arms and financing what we call the peace activities. It's not that China is short of cash to support the One Belt One Road. China is short of technology which is offered by the Keshe Foundation that can support such a thing. In so many ways, I have a bad news for the Chinese, and that is, as you bought so many promissory notes of American government that they could carry on to do whatever they like, now you have to buy more promissory notes of Americans to be able to support the companies and the systems which were set up for war machines. In so many ways, the Chinese government will bear the burden of the security of finances for the rest of the world as they've done today. But in that process, One Belt, One Road, and what we call the One Nation, One Planet, One Race will become part of underwriting the burden of the change time by the Chinese government. And in so many ways, through the American government, through the assets of Saudi Arabia. You soon will understand. To take man to what I said last week, 700 million people working just on what they call defense technology to create jobs, has to change, as we saw in the conversion of the Eastern Europe, into making factories and scientists to think on a path of peace. Needs a lot of financial support and needs a lot of understanding, and this support can only come through what we call the BRICS. If you notice, BRICS is complete without South Africa. But in so many ways, most of the members of the BRICS can underwrite to see the changes. Now you understand what is about to happen. It's not just a conference of the space technology people, but it's a conference of planning the future of humanity, using the space as new way of employment. We replace the old with new. We don't bring hope, but we bring the knowledge. But this has taken us a long time to plan and to execute. But we had to bring a lot of people to the maturity of understanding the time and the place and the knowledge. And there are enough knowledge seekers around the world which can become the seed of the new change. We've seen the beautiful work of Dr. Katwa in Kenya. And as some of you be aware, his teaching was announced in the Kenyan television news program last week, which means even Africa is ready for change. There is one thing which you have to bear in mind, being part of the Keshe Foundation, being connected to the Keshe Foundation should not give the arrogance of superiority, but should give the humbleness of being there to serve. We've seen that with many people who came around the foundation in past years. Once they made a couple of presentations on the teachings, now they became God, the gurus, and everything else is wrong with everybody else. But as we see today, none of them are there. Keshe Foundation still carries on. What we need is those who understood the work of the Keshe Foundation through the actual soul of the teaching to be part of the members of what we call the manifestation and presentation of the portals. Which means at any portal, members of the Keshe Foundation, through the knowledge of understanding of the piece, are and have to be present. So now you understand. We are not peacekeepers, but we are the translators of the knowledge. It's not anymore nano-coating. It's now how fast most of the Keshe Foundation teams and in research centers move towards what we saw, especially in Austria. Non-dimensional, space-time gap systems, which they were left to complete. Arizona has reached the understanding of the soul, which work within the dimension of the space gap. We see very much understanding of the totality and understanding of how the whole structure fits in. We expect sharing of the knowledge, but not superiority. We expect humbleness from the members of the Keshe Foundation, not arrogance of time. And this is part of our work. The pressure on the members of the Keshe Foundation core team will be beyond imagination. Soon you will understand. In so many ways, the core members will be kept as they'll be the, what we call the glue into holding everything together, because they've been through a lot of hardship, especially those who stayed close to the foundation work. They've been through a lot of madness with what we try to change, but now they see the fruit of the work. We'll see establishment of factories across the world. Numbers and maturity of time of it will be announced in the next 2 to 3 months. Everything has been done in the background. Those who are very close to me are fully aware of this development for the past 2 or 3 weeks. It means we'll work with the scientific organization, with the financial institutes, and with those who many of you might think are the wrong people, but in a way they were brought up to be the right people when the right time comes.
Mr. Keshe, just to let you know, the picture that's up there now is just before the interview of Gatwa in Kenya, and this is his usual group that he's getting together with on a weekly basis to show. You can see the box on the left where he does his demonstration, and this is just before the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation did their interview. And we can't put the interview up because it's copyright, but we can put the link in the chat so that people can have a look at that.
Thank you very much. But this shows how people will become hungry. We'll see these gatherings like this to learn the knowledge in Times Square and in Washington. We'll see it in Tiananmen Square. We'll see it in Kremlin and many others. The world leaders will put a screen in the center of their governments to show the power of the knowledge of space. They'll be proud to teach like this. You will understand soon what this means. You will understand much more easier when even you move to Tehran. As many of you know, and I've said before, the point of the maturity when the transition of time in the space, in the physical dimension of my life happened, has already become a mausoleum in Tehran. They built it on it without knowing it, and when it was built, and when it's built, the center of this compound, which is the center of the gathering of the Uranians in so many ways, is where I laid my head and understood the work of the universe. There is a reason why this building has been built north of Tehran. I visited it 10 years ago, and I said, what a place to put to be the center where I understood the work of the universe. Those of you who are familiar with Tehran, you know where it is. We used to be outside Tehran, but more or less now it's in the center of Tehran. Teachings like this will be as normal as anything. People are hungry for change. People are hungry for a new dimension. And now you understand, with the setting up to the, what we call the Six Nation portal system, we don't make the knowledge exclusivity to one that can hold one to the ransom of the others. Each nation will open understanding of dimension of one part of the universe. That's why we split it. And then collectively they share, because you have to understand something very simple. When one university becomes expert in mathematics and one in medicine, then they have to work together to keep the maths in conjunction with both of their health together, how to calculate. So in so many ways, the teachers of the universe decide what subjects are thought and shared with man in different paths that collectively they're sharing with the rest of humanity completes the mosaic. It's not given totally to the Chinese that they think they control, or to the Brazilians or to the Iranians. Each one according to their culture understands part of the universal work. And in that process, each one will share with the others to complete the understanding. Man will be busy so much with teaching himself the new knowledge and the new dimension that man will not have time to make the tools of war. Now you understand what everything has been happening and how it's been happening in the past few years, and maybe some of you who've been part of it now understand, wow, now we know why we did this. Why suddenly China became important, and why suddenly Brazil took place this shape, and how come suddenly teaching in Iran has become important, and how come we pay attention in the United States. Teaching of the culture of the space to the Indians is vital to get rid of the class difference which they made for themselves. When the one which comes from the common ancestry and the one who sits, whatever they claim, to see, to understand the work of the universe as one, together, and maybe one understands it more than the other and shares it, this finishes what we see, the class difference fallacy of man in that culture. We cannot carry man without China and India. This is the big problem. In so many ways, we'll see the end of many, many habits of man. What I would like to do, if our team in the background are there, Flint, if you can play, now that we know what it is, the intro which you played just now.
Okay, yeah, I'll be just a minute here.
Let's listen to it. Maybe it enlightens a lot of you to understand and look at the totality in a different way. What is planned for the mankind and what is set for humanity to come in 2019.
You'd like the video from that as well, Mr. Keshe, then?
Yes, please, the whole,
Okay.
the whole 5 or 10 minutes of the intro which you played.
Yep.
Because now you understand, has a totally different meaning if you listen to it with what is about to happen. It is very interesting. Now you listen to it and now you understand why we made this voice and what is being put as pictures to it. We already knew the date and time. It was just to make the man ready for it. It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs, to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque, then in the same church, in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of a president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand. To be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle. Which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe and in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process. Thank you very much. Now you understand what has been planned and what we have delivered, and in so many ways what is about to be happening and what is going to be delivered. The space technology and the spaceship program technology, as I said, is music of work that is done by many of you. You understood, some did, some thought they did, some they tried very hard to do part of it. But in the last part, for mankind to be able to take to the wings of space, it'll come through the interaction with the universal community. In so many ways, each and most of the totality of the knowledge in the coming time will be shared by those who have expertise in their own field. What this means is that we start understanding the totality of the work in interaction. People like Arman, who so much desire to achieve space, what they call motion and lived, will be the front runners of this interaction. They understood it, and the yearning of the soul will be answered. Those who came around the foundation for their own ways and thinking have to learn there is a bigger picture, not one's wish and one desire, because I wish that I have to have it. This is what will come as part of the collective work. It'll be very, very hard, as I know these organizations so many ways, for NASA to open the black budgets to the Chinese and the Chinese opening it to the Iranians and the rest of it. But it's not a matter of the trust, but in working together they come to understand they need each other. And in so many ways, they need each other collectively to become part of the totality in interaction in the universal community. This is what we needed. I battled with Chinese for weeks and they could not understand why I wanted a conclusion to one section and the other. And now, in the past few hours, I've run mayhem in them and how they're going to do it. As I said, it's funny when I speak to the Chinese, they tell me they have, but I cannot see them sign this because it's top secret. So my knowledge, how can it be a secret? I'm sharing my knowledge, I don't want anything from you. It's the same will come, the Americans will have a heck of a lot of time to bring NASA and other space programs hidden in the programs of their national work to be shared with the others. It will take time to mature these people. It takes time to, in so many ways, bring the Americans to work hand in hand with the Iranian Space Agency, and knowing that one of the directors of the NASA has been an Iranian at the highest level. So these people will create that gap link. Those who worked and they thought it's intellectual rights will find out there is no right to intellect, but it's directly shared with all. I'm sure nobody will run and pattern what we learned from the man of universe in the little offices of the, what we call pattern offices. In so many ways, we'll understand man will not pattern anything, but will share with the pleasure of knowing somebody will benefit by it. It's very hard for a lot of people to go through this transition. It'll be very hard for governments telling us it's hard to sell, but that's the only salvation we have. We'll see resources from Illuminatis to Knights to what we call Masons. We brought all under one cover for elevation of the soul of the man. It's very hard to think, but maybe when we speak next Christmas and the Christmas after, they say, and you will say, okay, said so. The whole apparatus of peace is set. The whole apparatus of one nation, how is set. It just needs a master to know how to bring them together to complete it. I have worked with a very competent team in different countries, and now the degree of competence will show itself. Those of you who thought nano coating was so important that you could leave the Keshe Foundation, that something is wrong with it, now find out it needs a lot of maturity. Man is not matured yet. A collective gain is more than individual loss of time and space. I work with this very much close with Armin. He's been a solid rock in the work of the foundation. And in so many ways, we've seen the same progress across the Keshe Foundation. So many ways because of his wisdom. And we will see more developments. He brings the touch of human into the work of the foundation. And it's nice to see how he suffered with me and he's gone through everything with me. But the souls have been chosen not by the dimension of physicality. Man needs to be tested in the dimension of the universe to understand he works and understands the work of the universe. Otherwise, he's still a human. Members of the management of the Keshe Foundation will move in the prominent position, understanding the work of how to translate this across. We have chosen the head of the Keshe Foundation, Ella, not because of one thing, but it's the totality of the soul. Same with the head of what we call the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing, what we see in Jamila. They've all been tested to the limit, literally what we call physical limit of life. They've been tested, and in a way, it's there to see what they've been tested for by themselves, not by us. We did not make decisions. We're seeing the same thing with the head of Chinese Keshe Foundation, Bang Lin. Many of you know her as Ruti. These souls are the cornerstones of the work of the foundation to be set in the correct way, because they carry the ethos of the universe, not the ethos of man. We'll see many, many movements within the structure of the Keshe Foundation, because it means a lot need to be matured, and a lot already matured needs moving on. Those who are there for the completion of this work are already there to do it. They go through testing, and they've been through testing, and now is the time for not passing a test, but making sure that no one else will go through the test. We have people in Sanya, we have people in South China Sea, we have people in Europe, we have people in Asia, we have people in South America and North America and Africa. Now you understand why we work collectively and how the mosaic will be completed. I'm detached, but I have to be attached to be able to link up between the human race and the universal community. And this has been a very hard task, especially in the past 5 years. Trying to drag those who are behind, and at the same time negotiating with those who are ahead, that has failed so many times. You're wasting your time. And I think I have managed to make a compromise between the two sides of man and the space. It has not been easy. Teaching in the depth of man to complete his knowledge in the matter states, taking him through a transition but at the same time giving guarantees and assurances to those of the universal community. These are not disobedient children. They don't just not mature enough. And in so many ways, I have not overridden the Universal Community Council, but I have shown them there's always hope for different races in the universe. The persistence of teaching man has not been easy. The persistence of teaching that the man understands is a time for change has been very, very hard. The biggest problem for the Keshe Foundation and the world leaders will be this time of transition from making tools of war to tools of peace. It needs a collective understanding on the banner of Universal Council, not United Nations. It needs a total understanding of the work through what we call the Earth Council, and not on G20 or G7. It needs understanding that the knowledge is here available and needs to be enhanced and more or less nourished. It needs the totality of the work. It needs the understanding of the work. Some people who achieved a little and now they thought they control everything and everything is wrong to them will come to understand they know nothing. They just been a tool for progress of the others to achieve what they were waiting for. The gain is not financial, and the gain is for elevation of the soul of the man. And in so many ways, the mankind has achieved that point. We see beautiful souls like John in Arizona, trying to grasp the whole thing, to connect the man with his soul and the soul with the universal community. He gets lost somewhere sometimes, but you see there's still a hope. Next time he does something else and reaches a little bit more. We saw the same thing in understanding of the survival of the man in Italy, with Giovanni, and understanding the beauty of the life, not just rejoicing in life. And this we shared, all of us, with each other. So we have matured collectively together over the past 2 or 3 years. I think when we look at the understanding of the knowledge, Fabio was a test to all of us. And in a way, rejoicing life through Naomi was showed and was there to show the completion of the understanding of the life by man. Being able to give life and bringing it back to what it is has been a dream of mankind, but now is in the hand of every man, the way a father did for his daughter. If you look, the pieces are all there. The teaching sits with Dr. Gatwa in Africa. The life sits with what we see with Giovanni in Italy. We see the understanding of the soul and operation of his physicality with John in Arizona. We saw the dimension, direction of the non-physicality through the speed and motion with the research center in Austria. We've seen the patience of man bringing the understanding of the emotion of the man with the Chinese community. So when you look, the patchwork is complete. Now it needs to be sewn together and filling the gaps. The research finances will come out of what we call defense technology of today in next 2 to 4 years. We need China to underwrite it. But the biggest problem for China, where it looks that it can back needs to back nations like America, because they cannot go through this transition on their own. There's no financial means for United States and European community to walk out of this on their own. This means opening all industries to each other, transparency and understanding. The goal is peace. It won't be easy for us as human beings to lavish ourselves with the fallacies of the past, but to build around understanding of humbleness of the future. It is important for all of us to understand where we are going. We are in the transition time between Christmas and New Year, between the past and new. And the new in 2019 is promised. It's in the holy books. There'll be 19 years plus gap, which is 2019. In so many ways, we needed 2000 years to mature, to understand our own physical dimension. And now in 2019 we move in the point of maturity of man to be able not to leave this planet, but to become part of the universal community. It won't be easy for many people, because it will touches their pride and their positions at the head of whatever. But it'll be interesting to see how our people react. How we will move to see the totality. The foundation would not collapse because one person moves out or one person moves in. The foundation has already been built on the process of totality of the Keshe Foundation, and the others will become one race. I've got no problem, because I'm totally detached. And I became detached when I understood the work of the universe at the age of 8. The rest has been progress of 50 odd years. But what will be hard for many of you is, how come I've been part of it and I did not know? How come I just came to seek knowledge and I've been sunk into it? And what is my position? What can I do? We see people who say they cannot be there because now they have their financial commitments. The commitments to world peace and unification of the man has its own rewards. A lot of people become and think they have sacrificed a lot, but they understand they sacrificed nothing, but they have been the path for the evolution of man. In 2019, we'll see the first interactions of the mankind with outside, depending on how the world leaders and what we call the nation of six will interact and share. My request from the Iranian government is opening of all doors, because Iran is the key to the future spaceship program. Because I built the first spaceship system in Iran. Iran is the key to understanding the culture of the soul of the man and emotion of the man, with the sentimentality and the beauty of the knowledge and the language. It's the same with China. China brings another beauty on this table, in understanding the work between the soul and physicality, what they call Yin and. In American partnership, We see what the dangers of greed will become if we do not tame it. And in the culture of South America, we understand how we preserve the culture in space and time. With Indians, we learn the color and the financial means has no meaning. When we unite this nation, the mankind will be united. India is the biggest dilemma for this mankind. Now you understand where we go, now you understand where we are about to hit, and now you understand we have a meeting point in China in the coming weeks. It's in the hand of Chinese officials, how they organize it, how they arrange it, but it'll be as part of the totality. We invite all the scientists across the Iranian nation who work in the space program. We request from His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei to open the Iranian spaceship that become the flagship of peace. At the same time, we request from the American government administration to understand we can stop everything in the United States with a flick of a finger. With it, he'll bring a lot of suffering, but it will not bring wisdom. As I said, there's no more punishment, and a carrot and stick is all one, and one will be. We wait till early New Year, when the Chinese officials will make the official request and invitation to these nations to attend the meeting on a space and development or opening of the new space with the new technology. We take charge over the, what we call, the 2 labs, especially one in Austria and one in Arizona, to bring the work together very rapidly in the next 6-8 weeks. And this will push us to a next dimension, and that is the responsibility of these 2 centers to make all the facilities available for building of the portal. They have the knowledge, and we bring the balance of the knowledge in. We see it as a natural progress that what we call the Arizona team to become to the next level of understanding with the financing of the American government and NASA Corporation. We merge it in because people like John have understood a lot. Now it needs to be put with the knowledge of to understand how to bring what are called systems together to be able to achieve it. The structure of the Austrian research will change drastically in a very positive way. And it's time for it to evolve into a new dimension. The running and expenses of these will go on the burden of the 6 nations committees, not with the Keshe Foundation, because it's a collective sharing. What is interesting is, a lot of you don't know John, but the background he came into Keshe Foundation and the time he spends with sales group, and now with the Keshe Foundation, he has an in-depth knowledge of both sides. It just needs to be nourished. The Austrian Keshe Foundation Research Center needs a special way, and there will be a special way for it, because it links up the 2 ends. The German spaceship program and the car of the Brazil will have a new dimension in Austrian Keshe Research Center. So we see the 2 sides connected very directly. There are those who sit in the German government who are very, very well known and work with us in the background. They will facilitate this. So Austrian Keshe Research Center, as I informed the director of the Keshe Foundation Austria, will receive millions of dollars in investments in building the new research center in Austria. In so many ways, I've done all the work. And as I said to some of the Keshe Foundation guys this morning. For the first time in 2-3 years, I've taken 2 days of rest because physically it was impossible to carry on. In the new year we start, and it's the job of the Universal Council members to be in touch, to encourage, and to facilitate the teachings to scientists like in NASA. It's the job of the Earth Council members to make sure all arms of the 6 nations talk to each other correctly and collectively. This is important, and the knowledge is shared across the 6 continents through agreement with governments. We have set up a consultancy group which takes shape in the next few weeks with some 20 very young team of consultants. We are not negotiating with one government for one factory. We are negotiating with the structures. European community will negotiate for a number of factories in Europe. What we call American North Continents will be negotiated as one group. The same with South American economical groups will be negotiated as one group. So when we negotiate with EU, we negotiate with so many factories across so many nations with what brings to us and what dimensions we take. We are changing the course in a way that the knowledge and commercialization of it becomes the feeding and backbone of the supports for nations and as one nation. We have the structure of the factories in one nation that they bring income, that pays taxes, that it creates jobs locally, but at the same time part of the income, which is the after paying the local government taxes, become the assets of the Universal Council and Universal what you call part of the Keshe Foundation organization to be spent for the education in the rest of the world. The structure has been set, but it's been very much hidden from you. This is why when we set up the factories in different nations, after paying local taxes, which we was asked, we pay the maximum, the best life for our workers, then it transfers into local taxes, creates local jobs and local whatever needs to be done, and then the profit which is allowed will be shared with the rest of the world through the organization of the Universal Council and the core team and the members of the Earth Council. Now you see the total picture. In so many ways, today we are not teaching anything, but we are explaining what has been taught and what has been the purpose of, which is more important than any other thing, that we all understand where we are heading for. As I said, I've resigned from the seat of the head of the Keshe Foundation and left in the hand of a beautiful woman. She became from a girl to a woman in past 3 years running the Keshe Foundation. It's nice to see how Ella is handling it. Some of you don't like it, but you don't see what is planned with the soul of the man, not the physicality. Some of you come to change the direction. We have a structure in life and we work within that structure. We achieved in a way the totality of the work which we set out. Now the Keshe Foundation in 2019 moves out of the Keshe Foundation in the hand of the world leaders. It's a very harsh transition time. But as we share unconditionally, we share out of the joy and not out of the fear. And we have embedded inside each other enough trust that some does not make much difference. It'll be a very harsh time for a lot of people around the world, and the Keshe Foundation has to be there to framework the whole thing. In a conference in China with the attendance of the world scientific leaders, how we plan out the next step will be important for all of us. It's the job of the Universal Council members and the core team and the Earth Council to keep everything in public domain. This is how the change will share, as the governments have a bad habit of keeping things to themselves. It takes time. It's the responsibility of Universal Council especially to share the knowledge, makes it accessible to everyone as is learned. This will close the doors of secrecy. If mankind has no secret amongst each other, the soul of mankind is open to universal community. Nothing is secret to them. The responsibility of the Keshe Foundation turns over from next week into universal organization than a teaching platform and a space technology. I would like sincerely to thank the Chinese Keshe Foundation, especially Lynn. She's worked relentlessly to bring this correct. And especially our handlers, the intermediaries between Chinese government and the Keshe Foundation. We have a soul which was literally devastated. He pushed him in backwards and forwards to get as much as we can for the Chinese government officials to be involved, that we get to the next step. And this chap has really don't know where to go, but he does not see the totality. They only see the benefit of Chinese nation. Now we have to teach them, they see the benefit of humanity on the same path of what we call President Xi's One Belt One Road. How it will be done, most of it's already planned out. The way it will be done, it depends on the human race. How they decide to go. In my recent meeting with the Iranian officials, I explained to them that the knowledge has to be shared. And the Iranian government is fully of understanding of what is about to come. We will not loot the meager assets of the human race, and they think there are billions, trillions. But we add to the knowledge assets of the human race in the dimension of the soul, which means the physical earnings of man becomes literally irrelevant. In China, we found a framework, and in China we found the leadership to carry out the framework. Those who understand the culture of man understand one thing, and man changes like flick of a finger. It depends on the leadership. And if it's hard for you to understand, we saw the beauty of a nation which everybody wanted to be in touch with a culture. In 1979, and overnight was made to be one of the biggest terrorist organizations in the world, called the Nation of Iran, because they flicked their finger. And now Iran becomes the center of the culture of the space technology. I wonder how that shock has got to go through American culture and Western culture. So what it is, what is important is the leadership, not the arrogance of time. How we lead as one nation. Many of the people in the Keshe Foundation will be drowned in glory of time, and in time those who get drowned in it will leave the foundation. Those who understand that just the tools for its elevation, to elevation of mankind to the next level, will stay as part of the work. We'll see this with the members of the core team. They've been well tested. And in so many dimensions, they've been tested better than before. As I said to somebody, says, what's going to be taught this Thursday? I said, it's very much like what they call the executive report. Not the annual executive report, but the human executive report for thousands of years and what is about to happen. We go from the transition of the physicality to the dimension of soul and universal council, universal community from now on. I teach you everything which has been pre-agreed with the Universal Council to be shared. That they make you ready and prepare you for what they call the new frontier, which moves from the borders of nations to the borders of this planet and beyond. We've done the slavery, we have enslaved the man in boats, we have enslaved the soul of the man in the name of the churches and synagogues and mosques, and now we free the man to understand the work of his soul, which is part of the work of universe. In a way, I made a very good executive summary of what has happened and what is to come today. It's, as we see, very, very tight group sits in panelists. These are the people who are the cornerstones of the digital work. And in so many ways, we need to understand the next step in the work of the foundation. And that is to get ready and be ready to what is to come in next 2 or 3 months. Because we move from a foundation into a one nation work with governments. And many of you do not have that experience. But you have to rely on the soul of each other to gain that experience to be able to serve. Many of you will make a mistake in trying to see your line of thoughts to be what it should be. But you have to understand your soul works in the background with the other souls to make sure it's in benefit of everyone. In so many ways, mankind is ready to become kind to itself. And it's been a hard work for past 10 or 15 years, and it's been absolutely test ground for what I've done in my time across this universe. Mankind is very, very unkind to itself, even though it calls himself a man. Never had such a rough time in all my life across this universe, but it was a good test to see how much I've learned and how much what we have created led to what, that we don't make these kind of mishaps of the nature in the life of the universe, that it brings so much suffering to souls to be created and the souls which have created it. As we say, till we don't have a test case, we have no case to test. And the human race has been a very hard test. As I said, we are back to work from the 2nd of January. And we need to allow the governments who are sitting in the background and listen to all these teachings to start accommodating and understanding what they need to accommodate. Bringing Iranian space scientists to sit on the table with the American scientists is the dream of Americans. At the same time, the Iranian scientists have to understand they keep and they hold the key to the operation. But they should not become arrogant, but they have to be, as it is, the culture of the Iran. They have a guest on the table. It's got to be treated on the maturity of the host and not the guest. Now we understand what we got on hand in the next few weeks. I know the Chinese Keshe Foundation will run to his knees, to the bone, to make sure the conference plan is according to the structure of the Keshe Foundation. It's going to be a very hard job, because my wish and Lynn is Sanya, and we will get Sanya. That's the center of the spaceship program worldwide. I said it when I landed on the island over 18 months ago. And we have seen it, it will take that shape. And now we left the island, we are not there. It'll become the space center for man. Has a lot of advantages. It's the borderline between China and the United States and Russia. It's the frontier in the dimension of space test, where we can test in the air, in the sea, and on land. It is a position where man has developed the most beautiful structures of completing his understanding of his physicality and trying to capture the beauty of the creation. The buildings you see on the coast of Sanya brings a lot to show the intelligence of man and how he sees himself and how it reflects these in the structure. From the life of animal in the shape of a dolphin to a phoenix, to understanding the structure of the interaction between the society and how cruel mankind has been to his own people. What we will see and will achieve is how we share the new knowledge that will lead to creation of new industries to keep mankind busy. That's all it'll be. The new industries we create with this technology is just to keep the man busy, not to get bored. And how much and how man will take into space, then it becomes part of the assets. As I said before, human race thinks that everything will come from the knowledge of the universe, but you have to learn mankind has been part of the universe, and the universal community has learned a lot from man over time. As I said yesterday, last time in the teachings, we become the virus of takers. As I said, we have given and we have taken. Now, when we enter the universal community, it'll be very hard for man to decide, was this given to us, or was it our intelligence given to the universal community that they use with the beauty of it? Then it goes back to the openness of the space and time and the history of universe, for those universal historians to open to see what did mankind contribute to the work of the universal community over the past millions of years. There are a lot. But we were not aware of it. But in so many ways, the intelligence, which is the interaction of the physicality and the soul of the man, has brought many benefits, many applications in the work of the universal community. It is not that it's going to be hidden from the man. It is going to be shown to the man that we've always been there, and you've been part of it. But the path of destruction has kept the mankind to entering that point. Universal community needs a lot of understanding, and especially for mankind. With the coming time, in the next few weeks, Armin and I will set up the plan how we interact, and in conjunction together, we'll set up the path for the Universal Council, as Armin is a member of the core team, in the core team, and in the management of the Keshe Foundation. It's not going to be an easy job, but it's going to bring a lot of us together working as one team. The unification of Keshe Foundation teams will become very apparent. As we saw with the organization of the, what we call the university graduate program, which is put together for Brazilian government by the Keshe Foundation members. Now we set up a committee for interaction of the governments, how we're going to handle them in the 6-member meetings in conjunction with the Chinese governments, because they look into us to lay out the program. They already asked for it. We need to set up an agenda for it. I'll call for a meeting of a group very soon to set up, lay out the groundwork for the Six Nation interaction and the work. We have enough to do it. They've asked for a framework for the meeting, and we need to provide a proposal for the meeting of the 6 most powerful nations in the space program. So it comes back to us. I expect to take a rest for next few days, because physically I cannot carry on anymore. I work nearly 24 hours a day for nearly 3 years non-stop. And in that process, the work of this committee is to provide within the next 14 days the framework for the Chinese government for this meeting. This framework has to fit into the NASA, the Iranian government, the Russian government, and the what I call the Brazilians, which a lot of it will work on the shoulder of the Universal Council of the Portuguese language. And in so many ways, we'll go back into work of all of the members of the Earth Council. We have to provide a framework for the meeting of such powerful nations. We've been asked to, we have to put a proposal down. And in that proposal, we have to be correct and in one dimension, which means it has to suit human race, not the nations of United States, China, India, Iran, Russia, and Brazil. It has to show this the whole process. We've just been informed the Chinese QQ group is blocked by the Chinese government due to the sensitivity of content we released. The Chinese government has to understand we respect their authority in their dimension. We have to be open to be able to operate. We have to be open to be able to function as one nation. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. And I'll remind the attendees that you can put your hand up and then we can allow you to open your microphone. And there is a question from Maria that some people might have, and it ties into the question I would have regarding some more details about this porthole technology that you mentioned. Maria's question is it true that the secret space program have the technology to create stargates everywhere, meaning to get a lift into a passage and then on to another planet? And then I'm wondering, that's not what you mean as far as the porthole technology, but yet maybe it's similar in some ways?
Singularity they haven't achieved. When we add, then you got to understand that the knowledge of the man up to now has been on the matter level. Now with the knowledge we brought the dimension of the universal level, which is the plasma. There has been contact with human race in the past, several times, as I was explaining to Caroline. She's been insisting for past few days. That's what is to be. What do we know? How? And what is the position and what will be the condition? The knowledge of the man up to now has been on the matter level. And in the past, when we see with the structures like pyramid or other dimensions, different cultures of universe have played different game with mankind, trying to teach them sometimes a new dimension. But overall, man has never achieved this. And the creation of these portals, especially the one in China, will be the first one simultaneously in Tehran. We make sure Tehran becomes the center of knowledge and sharing equal with all nations. This is why the knowledge came from Iran. As I said, in Iranian culture, we say the art belongs to the Iranians, and now the knowledge. And always the art of Iran, being from its carpet to handcrafts, has been shared across the planet for centuries. Now we share the knowledge the same. The Chinese portal and the portals in other 5 nations has to be the decision of how much mankind wants to do and wants to learn. All the portals will not be at the same strength, but they'll be at different strength, that collectively we see the totality of the structure of the most of the universe. You might think why we chose 6. Maybe I can explain in a very simple way. You've seen the star formation and the creation of what I call free plasma. That makes it 5. How can this 5 exist if there is nothing to show to confirm its existence, which is the soul of the creator? If you make a reactor, star formation, that with the 4 reactors, and then collectively they make that free plasma, how can you see what this craft looks like if there wasn't another dimension for it to show itself? And that's what it is. That totality is the soul of the creator, and the others is a collective interaction of the souls of the universe, and man is part of the same. In so many ways, it's going to be a wonderful time. I was talking and elaborating on something. One of my sons on a Christmas table was saying that, you know how many years it's taken, how many millions of years it's taken to create this life, that we are destroying so many of them in one go, in days and months, and how much. And I always said this, but now with this knowledge, we don't have any more what we call animals, but we respect them as the soul of the lion and the deer and the mouse. Now we come to understand, we become ourselves part of the new structure of the universe, and we see new creatures. We have not lost the physicality of so much, which take billions of years, millions of years to create on this planet. But now we become part of the structure of the bigger zoo of the universal community, if you want to call it that way. A new opening. We literally walk into the new environment with new creatures. And the way as we see how a lion and how a lamb eats and lives, and how a bird flies, now we have to go through a crash course of understanding the life and the habits of these men of universe, the creatures of the life of the Creator. This is what's going to be the part which is going to be very hard. Accepting it, understanding it. This is why we chose the portholes for mankind interface. That we finish with people once seeing things, they become prophets and gods and whatever. The purpose of these portholes is to bring neutrality over time. That the man gradually gets to understand these are the intelligence of different creatures. And we have to enjoy them, their beauty, and not make profits out of them. Now you understand why we've chosen these portholes the way we have. Neutralization, familiarization, that not anybody can claim anything. This interface has well been planned and executed. Many, many world leaders will come to understand that they lead no world, but they are part of the very small function of parties in a bigger party. And it's time to enjoy the party. And we'll see the changes of interface. And many of you have problems with many world leaders, but you have to understand they've been put in these positions to achieve where we're going to go to. We had to have many sufferings for man to get fed up of suffering, to start looking for new dimension. And this is part of it. My biggest problem will not be the human race. My biggest problem will be the leaders of the man who have to relinquish their power. And this is where these portholes will be used for this purpose. Many of the sessions will be done through closed doors with what we call members of the Earth Council, Universal Council, the core team, and members of United Nations. We become extension to the addition. There is no choice. How do you want to explain to the human race that there's a technology with a push of a button, we can literally ice up, freeze all the souls together? Very much like an ice block. Then where is the individuality? Well, how can we show with the knowledge of the universe, the collective soul of the planet decides on totality? Gradually, this will make a lot of sense to a lot of people in this position. I've taken 1 year of a lot of what I call pain to set things up in China. The Chinese couldn't understand why I spend my time there and the way I do it, but I still carry on through what is getting done. But it's to set up the structure of the soul was important for us in China. We respect the office of His Excellency President Xi and the government of China. And we look to China to lead this work. We have no other leadership. China is the only solution if you sit where I sit. And it's not that China is all land of honey. They have their own problems. And it's the work of the others to solve the problem for Chinese as much as the Chinese solve it for the others. The if we don't achieve the conference in China, we'll move it to a new destination. If the governments see this new interaction as a way they might damage their control over the people, we control everything. It's important for us to understand the creation of these new portholes, it'll be a testing ground for humanity. And it'll be a new beginning. In so many ways, interface and interaction with human race will take a new dimension. Many of you will understand as it comes to fruition. The invitation of the space agencies to work together will be very, very hard, especially on their black budgets. Collaboration on the surface, like what we call the Space Lab, has already opened up a lot of bits which they want to take from each other. But the opening of the military application and the black budgets will be the biggest nightmare of the militaries of these nations. Sepah will not relinquish the knowledge. I have to sit down with the head of Sepah, the head of Iranian government, and convince them that is for the betterment of mankind. I have to explain to the American leadership that sharing the knowledge in a very easy way is to collaborate with the Chinese. There is no danger in territories anymore. The problem is not the world leaders, it's their military. Would they lose all their seats? But we have to create a job and a position for them that they feel comfortable. That's the biggest challenge. And in my experience during the opening of the Berlin Wall, we have a good experience how to handle. The biggest problem is the fear which the military makes for the world leaders that what we're going to lose. But the joy of receiving more and peace and creating a new job for them is the biggest problem. Portholes which we create, everything will be pre-arranged, pre-agreed between your community and members of the Keshe Foundation. And then it will be released to the world leaders and the 6 members of the spaceship program. We are not controllers, we are facilitators. Any other question?
We have several questions here. There's one from Mark House. He would like you to comment on this. I don't know if this will make sense, but I'll just ask it. It says, it's regarding the former Boeing executive Patrick Shanahan will take over Pentagon after his boss quits. Does that ring a bell, or would you like to comment on that or not, Mr. Keshe?
We shall see.
Okay. Dan has a question regarding the inertia of the soul interacting with the inertia of the other souls, where it will be as positioning in space. And my soul, is it part of other souls or part of the other souls in, are they in my soul?
I think it's a beautiful question to ask, and I take it into a new dimension. In opening the portals, the members of the universal community don't speak Farsi, English, Chinese, or any other language. We will see the communication and enlightenment on the level of the soul of the man. And how hungry the soul is to be able to receive, that through receiving it can share on its level of its understanding. What does this mean is, people like members of the Universal Council, we will not hear the voice of the members of Universal Community. We learn and we taught and will be communicate to the level of the soul. And then the members of the Universal Council, in understanding the level of understanding of the soul of the man in the language which is part of theirs, will share that through the souls of that language. That's why Universal Council was set. So, in so many ways, running in 6 nations, 6 portals, and Universal Council members have to be aware of all the communications at the same time. It brings a new dimension to understanding and positioning of one soul in respect to the other positions or portals. Then you understand, needs a spectrum of understanding and translation to this level of the soul of the man. And then the biggest problem comes for the members of the Universal Council is when they have to translate this understanding to the soul of the other members of the Universal Council of what they understood and what they shared amongst the soul of their own language. So positioning of the soul becomes very, very vital. In a way, you go to university to become a student, and then you have to become a teacher to your new students. At the same time, you sit with other teachers to see what our teachers equal what you're doing, that we work in harmony. And this is the framework of the portals. Just because we open the universal community doesn't mean everybody's going to be a land of honey and doing nothing and sitting to be fed. No way. It means getting busier and creating more beings that we can support the wisdom of the space. 7 billion is not enough on this planet to understand the full knowledge of the universe.
Mr. Keshe, Mark House has a question about how was Malta chosen for the this was headquarters of the Universal Council. Is that the way you put it?
Or it's the headquarters of the Keshe Foundation, which with it comes the Universal Council and Earth Council. It has a port. It doesn't have a landlocked that the nations can block you to reach. It has, it's chosen on several merits. It has a small population, a peaceful nation, geologically stable, politically very stable, and it's taken a lot. I was in Malta very recently with what do you call the Maltese Keshe Foundation. They thought I'm there to see what was organized to do with the government. We did what we were to do, but it was initially to understand the soul of the island. It's chosen because of the security. It's chosen because of its openness into the oceans that no one needs. At the moment, if you go to United Nations, you need to receive authorization of the America to land in. With Malta, we don't have such a problem. We inform the government. Malta is the financial center for the operation of the funds of Vatican. Malta is the center of the Knights of Malta. We respect it. And in so many ways, it's a deep inherited culture, understanding the culture of Africa, Europe and Asia. Understand the culture of the Christianity, Muslims and Jews. Um, it's a perfect place to be. And in the future you will understand why, when different things will happen. I chose Malta on a consultation with Universal Council, what they call Universal Community.
Is there any history of spaceship technology in Malta and in the ancient past? I wonder.
You'll see very soon.
That'll probably come out in the woodwork, as they say.
Yes, there's a lot of wood and a lot of work. We have set the structure for one nation government. We have set the instruction one nation race, not a government in totality. And it's taken a long time. It's taken a long, long time. It's my second visit to Malta. And I discussed this with the Dr. Keshe Foundation, I discussed this with Ahmed. I explained that to Caroline, how and why we chose Malta. And as Armand says, only 407,000 people. I said it's a safe place to be. The structure of Malta, the position of Malta, it's safe enough from a lot of what we call geological problems like hurricanes, earthquakes and typhoons and a lot of other things, which gives a stability to the council's meeting. It takes away the power of the superpowers, as they like to call them, but it gives a solidity to the whole structure of the work of the Keshe Foundation. In so many ways we do not need to consult, we inform. But in that path we do a lot of other things with it. We got to understand the biggest problem for most of the world government is to bring the three religions together in Middle East. And there's a lot of hard work for Vatican and the Islamic world and the Jewish centers that they really have to work, because a lot of the mysticism they brought in to control the soul of the man through the new cycle of the opening of the universe will change. And people will come. It's very important for all of us to understand what is to come. It changes a lot of things. I look deeply into the work of the some of the world leaders, and we'll see what will bring, what will attend, and what will conclude. It's not a gamemanship, it's a leadership. Is understanding what you as knowledge seekers will bring online of understanding.
Mr. Keshe, Delf from Sweden has a question in that regard. Can we build systems that can link up everyone's physicality so we all understand each other?
I think we moved into a different direction. There is a path through the soul to connect, and it's for mankind to tune into that level. As I said in the last teaching, if one listens, one matures, the rest will mature. Our biggest problem was, in so many ways, to mature the soul of President Trump. That was the hardest thing. And you will understand very soon the implication of the withdrawal of American forces from Syria. They're talking between the two sides in Yemen. This needs a lot of maturity. We've seen one of the beautiful things, as we saw last time, when they tried to ceasefire between the Palestinians and Israelis. The Minister of Defense resigned because he wasn't mature enough to understand he can gain more from it. And the same we see in repetition of it in a bigger scale. We dropped the Americans from Syria bilaterally by the order of the President. It means the work of the soul of you, members of the Universal Council, elevating it has reached. And we needed a sign, not the word, commitment. And we've seen the same as the Minister of Defense of Israel resigned. Two people in that mission, and Mr. Shah resigned immediately because they have no position. This is our problem with the military people. Peace does not create the generals to fight. And we've seen it. We saw it in Israel. We have the same problem in the Iranian Sepah. It's not easy. It would not be easy for Ayatollah Khamenei and President Rouhani and Sepah to share knowledge with the Americans, because this is how we controlled. We secure the borders. Our biggest problem sits with the military to understand, change the position of military, change the understanding of military to be supportive for a nation, not defensive and offensive for a nation. You know, Romans time, people gave birth to as many children as possible that become the soldiers of the Romans, that they can conquer more, that become emperor. Now, we have to go on the same path to create for mankind to understand, to give birth to children, to become part of the peace concepts and totality of the human race. It's very, very difficult. It's not going to be easy. I'll age another 20 years in the next 12 months, trying to get the world leaders to look. Then to lead them in the path of peace is going to be enormously hard job. We have the first response from the Chinese. If you don't succeed with China to lead, we have already contingency plans. If they block me, I block the whole line of communication worldwide till there is. It's better to work with us. Makes it smooth, makes it comfortable, makes it reachable and achievable. In my last few meetings, the past 2-3 weeks in China, I made it very, very clear to Chinese government officials. We need to move on. We don't need the proof of technology. We need to understand the technology will prove itself in this peace movement. And we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We have to respect the world leaders, but at the same time, to teach them that it becomes a collective world leadership, not regional world leadership. And through it, they have to understand, they manage the work, physical construction work of part of this planet. They work through the Universal Council and the Council to bring it as one, and they work through the same. United Nations has no plan in this structure. It'll be a point of reference printing copy system.
Mr. Kesh Fried in the live stream mentions that the National Day of Malta is the 21st of September, which is also the UN International Peace Day. So you mentioned the UN. It's actually the same day for International Peace Day and the National Day of Malta. So that's kind of an interesting coincidence.
But it's a program which we have. This is not something which we planned yesterday and talk about it today. As you see, that a lot of things has been said. A lot of people have been tested to be able to be in the position where they are. Those who've been on the shaky ground, they have fallen off. Those who thought their ego was more important than the whole of the Keshe Foundation, they all disappeared. We've seen many of them. The whole position now is a direct work towards this conference. How we plan it with the Chinese leadership in the coming days will be announced by the Chinese government. You'll hear about the conferences. So it's going to become part of another conference, which does not need to be, it has to be on its own to be able to be an asset to the arm of the One World, One built of the President Xi. A lot of work has been done by Chinese in unifying humanity, but they don't have the structure of the technology to do it. And this gives them that chance. They planned everything. It's amazing. A lot of people call it the second colonization of China, but in its structure is the plan which we wanted to make one nation out of the whole lot. China's done a lot of work of it, making schools, blah, blah, but it's all financed by China as a loan to be paid back. But in a way, when the knowledge is shared, it's totally different. It's a very, very interesting path we take it. And as I said, members of the Earth Council will take the leadership of this planet on a physical dimension. They were set up for that. And with what I call what we have on board and how we'll move on is a decision of the world leaders how to interact with us.
Mr. Keshe, Mark House has a question about why does the USA continue to demonize Iran? It's kind of a big one, but maybe you'd like to put that on a little bit.
Oh, we welcome it. In a way, what happened in the history of Iran, the United States has a problem in respect to Iran, and that problem sits between United Kingdom and United States, and more or less the French government, and sharing of the loot of Iran. If you know, the first oil was discovered in the Caspian Sea. The first oil, drilled oil out, was done part of the Caspian Sea, and started that way. Even though inside of Iran, even in Middle East, oil comes out of the ground naturally. The first structure sits how to. Iran has been enigma to the work of the British government and the soldier army of the, what we call, United States. They wanted to split in Second World War. The Russians won't agree the line of division. And they understood that if the British take the Persian Gulf, they control most of the oil. The way, if you look in Mexico, the problem with Americans building this wall on the Mexican border is BP controls more than 90% of the oil assets of the Mexican Gulf. And they wanted to control the Persian Gulf for the rest of the oil. They thought they can control the rest of all of the world through it. And this is the problem, is colonialism controlling the oil. Otherwise there is no problem. You got to understand, the nation of the United States is made partially by the Iranian as a nation. We are not outsider, we are part of that nation. And this is what the Americans don't understand. The link and connection of Iranians are part of the original immigrating group to the United States centuries ago. We are not the newcomers. Iran has been in culture with France and England over centuries. And with it, when they found out the Iranian moved into to America. So what is the problem at the moment is barely oil industry in the Persian Gulf, that who we're going to get control of. There's nothing else. And they got the Saudis, they got the Emirates, they invaded Iraq, they got it. They don't have Iran to take full control. That's all it is. And with this, conference is over, it's finished. You got to understand the true position. The BP controls the whole of Mexico with all the oil, which supports most of the American industry. And BP is British Petroleum. And then you have a Shell, which is again Dutch ownership with the British Common Partnership. And Iran is not an enigma, it's just oil control. Look at it, just look. You got Saudi Arabia, you got the Emirates, you got Kuwait, they're all on the finger of the British and the Americans. They couldn't get Iraq, they bombed it. The north of the Persian Gulf is one nation, Iran. You have to get it demonized, bomb it, that we get control, and that's it. That's all it is, nothing else. You got to be the wise to the reality. It's the control of the oil, nothing else. Once they block Iran, and once they have a control of the Mexican Gulf oil fields, they control a majority share on the prices of the oil. But now with the new technology, we don't need. That's Mr. Topoli says yes. And this is why demonize, it's not demonize, it's sharing it. In the Second World War, when the Shah of Iran was in power, they wanted to split it from Tehran. Russians refused, they went down to Isfahan and Shiraz, refused, because the whole understanding is how to get oil. There is no demonization. Strange enough, in American administration, in the White House, there are many Iranians, Jewish Iranians, influential Jewish Iranians in different committees. Some of the members of my family are in those groups. They're quite aware of what's happening.
You also mentioned the, I think it's called the Cirrus cylinder, that was actually used in the by Washington in the Declaration of Independence to write the Declaration of Independence, or as inspiration for it. And it goes back into the roots of the Persian Empire and so on. So
the present Persian Gulf situation with Iran is totally with oil, and people don't understand it. That's all it is the control of oil. We are talking in China, producing gas and oil in factory level. Very soon we'll produce millions of cubic meters of gas in confined spaces using the new technology, the way we produce other things. It's on the table of negotiation. We produce oil, we don't need to go through refining oil to come back to separate it. We produce oil according to what we need for cooking, for engines, for whatever. This apparatus will be taken out of the equation. That's not the problem. Is Dr. Gatwa in the background?
Yes, Dr. Yes.
Dr. Gatwa, would you like, thank you very much for being here. Merry Christmas to you. I know you are a professor at Yale University. When I asked you, would you leave for Africa, you just walked. You ran more than before I could ask to Africa. And we see what, as a eminent scientist and a professor, have brought your knowledge in how to share with the Kenyan nation, that now you're on the news and it's growing day by day. I think you had about over 300-400 people, 300 odd people in your last teaching when the press was there. Would you try to guide us how we teach, the way you taught to the rest of us? Can we have some of your knowledge shared with us? How do we handle this new interaction that we are set up to do? How can we use it to teach mankind?
Well, actually, I believe you have taught us exactly how to do it. Is using the new ethos, Keshe Foundation ethos, that we are here to serve and not to be served. So what I have done in Kenya is establish a group of participants. And before that, I used to give my liquid plasma that I made at home freely to a lot of people. So they saw the effectiveness of that liquid plasma, CO2, CH3, zinc oxide, and I would teach them freely without charging them. So when I started a group, I taught we started with 14 participants. Then the following week, more came. Soon we are teaching hundreds. In fact, at one point we reached 500, but usually I have 300. And the last time I taught, when the newspaper TVs came around and interviewed us, we were 306 participants. The TV people involved, because included, I mean, because we keep a register who comes. Sometimes we don't capture everyone, but we usually do capture most of them. They have come from various places after learning through word of mouth. When we give this liquid plasma freely to people, in fact, we make 1,000 liters at this place where that is shown now, where we teach. We make 1,000 liters. So when we have about 300 people in attendance, that means at least each one can carry 3 liters. But now, those I have taught, because I started this group in January 2018, they do not necessarily need to carry from this center, because they can make theirs. In fact, when I begin teaching, they come with their guns that they have made at home. So I tell them, they ask me, is this correct? Is this good? Then I tell them based on the color. And it has just grown by word of mouth. We started getting participants from faraway places in Kenya, as far north as Lodwar, which borders Sudan. We have one making guns is there. We have people along the coast who use and make their own. We have people from all over the country. We teach freely. We don't charge a thing. And through the word of mouth, people tell what they have seen, how they feel, how their health has improved, how they are using it for agriculture. So they just come. Now that with the latest advertisement in the national television station, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, which actually covered, which interviewed us last week, we expect to grow even more. Maybe we'll have thousands. And when they ask, I say, come on, you are all welcome. So that's the progress I've made. I also taught in one of the schools, but I was doing that during the weekend, and college students don't very much like their weekends taken. So from this trimester, toward the end of the year, I did not teach in that school. So I'm just concentrating on this center where I teach. It's near where I live. So basically, what has worked is the effectiveness of the liquid plasmas that they share, and the fact that I show them how to do it themselves. So instead of giving them fish, I show them how to fish. So this is exactly what has helped grow these, we can now call it movement, where they come to learn how to do it, and then they do it. Once they realize that we are serious, we are not charging anything, we want them to learn, then they come. And basically, I think that can be done. In fact, I know that can be done anywhere. So this can be copied anywhere. You just have to establish your credibility, and then teaching becomes easy, and the students come by their thousands. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh, for teaching us this new ethos, which I have put in practice in Kenya.
Thank you very much. In your teaching and a lot of other teachings, a lot of memories came back with me. I left Iran as a young teenage boy, and I went back to Iran 10 years ago as a middle-aged man. And it was something very interesting for me. First time I heard it was a bit abnormal, but I had to digest it. And it was, you know, we go in the West, we say, can I have a Coca-Cola, or we have a Fanta, or you want a 7-Up? Because at the time of the Shah in Iran, All the drinks were owned more or less by one family, which is the Sabit Pasal family. So the Coca, the Pepsi, and the Canada Dry and everything else was more or less in one family. And now they moved out. They had to bring everything else together, but they came up with a very beautiful solution. And it gave me a lot of inspiration in the past few months. When you go to a restaurant in Iran, you don't say, I want a Coca-Cola or Pepsi. You say you want a black one, which is the Coca. You want the orange one, which is the, what do you call, Fanta, or the green one, which is 7-Up. So they take a name out of it, more of it, but they have the names on it. So you say, I want a black one or I want an orange one. And when I was talking about the Ganses, it brought me this is the easiest way to teach one. You want a green one, which is a CO. You want a white one, which is CO2. You want
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I think we're missing a signal there.
Yes, we lost him. Yeah.
Okay, just checking to see if it was my system or with Mr. Keshe. So bear with us for a minute while we reconnect here.
And then he continues with the colors of Gans in Iran, right?
Sorry, I'm back. I do apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
It was nobody's fault. I forgot to put my laptop on the charge and just ran out of charge. Sorry about that. As I was explaining, then I thought, what a beautiful thing. Why I went to Iran that time to learn this. And that was now, as I said, the orange one is CH3, and then you have the snow white one, which is your zinc oxide, and then other colors which comes with it. And it's very interesting. So we don't need to tell people about CH3, CO2 or whatever. We just can tell them about the colors. And this way, they don't need to understand the science of it. They understand this color goes with this. We did that in Ghana. In Ghana, the water is called plasmagie, and different colors of it has been given to the drink, and this is beautiful. And so, for people like Dr. Gatwa, is easy to teach. We just teach them about the colors, which color is for what purpose, and we introduce new colors. Color coding the Ganses will be one of the easiest things to do. And with it, we learn a lot. These are what is mainly will be part of the whole structure of the teaching. I'm going to switch over. So, for teaching in public, we have to make it much easier to be understood. Something came out from the head of the Keshe Foundation. She says, the effectiveness of liquid plasma of Dr. Gatwa comes from the freely giving from his soul and his eagerness for everyone to learn equally. Maybe that part we cannot color it. Maybe we need to do a lot of it. And we will understand how do we color the soul. This is part of part of our work. And how do we bring this to us, to work, to be there, to be part of? How much of it can be commercialized? How much of it do we need to commercialize? And is the commercialization in the new way of Keshe Foundation work become sharing of the wealth across the planet? This is how I've set up the Keshe Foundation worldwide. We don't become a charity. We don't take rich from the rich to give to the poor. We give from those who can pay to not to pay. This is what I discussed with the Chinese officials and people who we negotiate on the part. The European nations which can carry the wealth of the South, they brought from different countries, and they can officially, or whatever, they can pay for the systems better than the ones in Africa will pay for it, and we spend our money on their nation and the rest of the world. We haven't become the Robin Hoods, we become the hood which gives to everyone equal best. And this is what is the beauty of what is to come. So, the whole structure, the way I set it up, is that we'll set up, we open some 200 factories in the coming year. In the next 5 years, the plan is 200 factories worldwide, which will run by the Keshe Foundation and the management of the Keshe Foundation management team. We hope to increase it to 500 in the next 10 to 15 years. And the wealth of these factories they make will go back into the whole, what do you call it, humanity. It's when you have a United Nation which dictated by a nation which borrows money and then controls the United Nations, the way we see with America, doesn't work. This way, the way I set it up and executed more or less, the Keshe Foundation factories and the research centers which create their own wealth will take the, even let's say in Kenya, when we set up factories, there's a plan to put 2 factories in Kenya in the coming years. They will take the wealth from those who can afford to give and to spread in other ways. Setting up a one nation government is structurally collecting and correcting everything. We cannot become a handout, we cannot become a charity to give. We become a structure that will look after the soul of the man. And we take the name of the religions and politics out of it. Everything for the structure of one peaceful planet is fully set. And some of you work in it, some of you have worked on it, and some of you are in it to work with it. And this is part of the whole structure. And this is what a lot of us have to understand. Everything for one nation planet is fully done. Now it's just literally, it's like an assembly line. Engine is made, the bodywork is made, the gearbox is made in different places. Now in next 12 months, we put this car together. And with first international conference, headed by the Keshe Foundation, supported by other nations, will bring that assembly line together. Because when we offer these new technologies in a new way, we have to offer the world leaders that they can sell it to their nation. It's got to be sold. It's the way the structure of life is here. New technology, each one of them will paint it in a different way. President Xi of China needs it to elevate the problems with the poverty and hunger. American government needs it to replace the jobs which is making the killing machine. Russian government needs it to show that Putin is in charge and it brings new things in. The Iranian administration needs it to show it as a way that we become part of the world community and everything is good. Brazil needs it to become the central point and bring in the Germans in line of peace. India needs it to unify the whole of Central Asia. And this will reflect back into Africa and other part of the world. Everything is well calculated. It's not just happened by sleeping over the night. It's been planned meticulously to get to where we are. We have to satisfy the needs of the nation. We have to satisfy the soul of a nation, and then we have to satisfy the operation mechanically that it can go through the transition. There has been a request in the past few days, the meeting between Keshe Foundation and the government of Belgium, that we can discuss the matter, not to go to the demise of the kingdom. That's the decision of you, not us. Keshe Foundation management has to decide which way. The Universal Council and the Earth Council have to decide which way goes, not us. Those who are operating in the background want to see a peace talk. We are not in a fight. We are in the process of understanding human race is equal. I said to you last week when we were attending a meeting with one of the top scientist officials appointed by the government of China for me to meet, I was told that we don't want any cockfight, no discussion. I said, there is no discussion. There is no fight. We are so correct in our principle, we are so correct in our conduct, we are so correct in our knowledge and sharing it that nobody can oppose which is free. How can you oppose Dr. Kato when he teaches you free how to save yourself from malaria and other things? We're not asking for anything, pay us with it. We're giving it to you free to change the position of human. This is the beauty of it. And this is our strength, detachment. We share knowledge, as Dr. Kato said. Everything is there, we give it to you. When Dr. Kato was talking about with 14 people and then hundreds, this happened 7-8 years ago in Belgium. We started in one room with 3 or 4 people. And then it became a regular meeting, and then one new dimension to another, the centers and the rest of it. Whatever penalty is paid to us by the Belgian government will go back into Keshe Foundation for the growth of the technology in Belgium and the rest of it. But what's been wrong has to be corrected. It's the same with the others. It's not just to one nation, it's across the world with the scientists, with military, with governments, it's the same. I attended, as I told you not, I attended most advanced plasma physics conference, whatever they're talking about, Age of Science, plasma technology, whatever, 2-3 weeks ago in Beijing. And me and the Keshe Foundation team, with a member of the Universal Council and head of the Keshe Foundation, the 3 of us, we sat in the back row. And I tried to the culture of the West to explain, do not put the ganses next to each other. With non-gans you don't see the real results, you separate with it. I was told I cannot speak in that conference, otherwise I have to leave. And the guy says to me, your technology is too concentrated, too advanced. Since when bring a new knowledge on the table is a problem? As the professor showed, there was nothing. We could sit in the conference, but we could not talk. And the plasma physics they were talking about is from 2 centuries ago. And they thought they're on the edge of the plasma technology of China. With the arrogance of the professor, if you ask, can you explain to us? It's saying you're too advanced, whatever, you're too deep in it. My God, is not the leaders, is the advisor of the leaders who is a stagnated nation. And that's why we bring it across the public. When the public comes, the professor has no choice. It's already been taught. This is the beauty of our teaching. When they object to us, the scientist or the professor says, on the internet, you don't need, your ignorance stays. I explain to them, you're just like a horse with the blinds on. Doesn't mean that anything else happens around the horse, does it? It's a donkey, you put a blind on it, you can do whatever you like with the donkey, that can sit and see it, and it's mostly with the board professors and military. We'll walk the humanity into peace. And we have done with the teaching like that Gatwa, the teaching like all of you do. And those of you who think financial problems will keep you away from progress, you have to understand the progress and relief from the financial problem comes through the work of the foundation, because you work through your soul. Things have changed, and most of us in the Keshe Foundation have to change, because in a way we are the flag bearers of peace. In a way, with the knowledge, it's not just a movement, but as Dr. Gatwa says, they come to walk away with buckets of it, and we make 1,000 liters and we give. Would you like to open a factory and everybody come and take it? How many of them you put a bucket there and say pay if you like? How many of them would pay? Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, we have a question from Mark House, and he had his hand up here. So, Mark, if you want to open your microphone and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. Thanks for everything, Mr. Keshe. We really appreciate your exposing 2019 to us and what you have in mind for the Keshe Foundation. Just before this presentation, I was looking at the 2018 and compared the last 100 years of growth for humankind. And I noticed that there's going to be a disruption, perhaps by the end of 2019, of the current internet with the replacement of a new one. We also have a connection there with SpaceX leader Elon Musk getting ready to place some 1,600 new low orbit satellites in space in order to connect the world with this new internet. Are you familiar with that?
We cannot stop the progress of man just because we brought something. We have to understand what is behind it. What is the purpose of these things? And just because we are a Keshe Foundation and what we are doing everybody else is wrong, is something we should not walk into that arrogance. We got to see what we can add to the work of us, to add to it.
Well, the reason I ask is because if the internet is the place where we all gather, is the Keshe Foundation still looking for an alternative to Facebook, or how is that going now?
It will come through national government. We have to gain the confidence that we are there. As you saw, as I was speaking, we received from the Chinese Keshe Foundation the QQ block, the Keshe Foundation group, and they had to move to another group. We have to give the confidence to the government that we are there for the progressive development and the betterment of the nation. And what facilities they provide to us. It's like as we have in Brazil. In Brazil, the government has offered us a platform for teaching in universities. We have the same offer of platform from another 3 governments. They have to give us the platform. Otherwise, like as I said, they block you and QQ. What's the use of teaching on the internet?
Yeah.
A system like what you set up, it's one of the most beautiful systems. I oppose the way you start running your what do you call it, golden age of GANs, the way you were going, and you understood, we both understood where we have to go, and the way you promote it and do it, most probably become the next Wikipedia, in conjunction with the wiki of the Keshe Foundation. It's understanding the platform and organizations and setups like your golden age of GANs in conjunction with Keshe Foundation. We give you a lot of rooms, everything we do we support. It's because we came at the beginning was a misunderstanding, or we could understand what was the purpose. Now it's there, and we it's another avenue for people to go and to understand the work. And this has become, as part of our work, that we are not a threat. We are there to support.
Hmm.
And this is gonna be huge, huge problem for them, not for us. You don't have a problem when you give away. You have a problem when you want to steal. How to
Yeah.
plan to steal. And our problem is how to give away as much as we can. It's
Hmm.
unlimited wealth of knowledge, and no animosity in who we share it with, color, race, or whatever. The
Hmm.
gas water which drunk on West Bank is the same gas water which is drunk in Jerusalem and in Tel Aviv. It depends on the soul of the man what he wants to receive from it, and that's what we have to mature the man to.
Yeah. Almost every day we have new reports from people with what they've been working on, and we try to showcase that there with the Golden Age of GANs. And the newsletter I see is also doing that, and I think we're making a lot of progress with the new newsletter.
We are achieving a lot in China. We are achieving huge frontiers in China. We cannot disclose. It has to go to the Chinese government to disclose it, to the
Hmm.
Chinese community. No, we are involved in now in huge piece of land trial tests. We're talking about 300,000 square meter of land for one trial, and God knows 30,000, 50,000 meter. We passed one greenhouse, one bucket job,
Hmm.
and this has been developed out of the trust and trials. In China, we have shown in the same patch, near each other, the same line, the same seed, increase of the harvest from 79 kilo per given space to 249.5 kilo in the same
Wow.
given space is huge. We have
Hmm.
shown a wheat production in comparison with 59 kilo in one, the same patch, we just one patch we watered and distance patch we didn't water. We shown 59 kilogram by comparison to 132 kilogram. This is why we are successful in China. The same with other things. And now we are given more room to try more, to set up more. We have tested with one of the Chinese most prominent top company organization. 2 days ago, we received the report. They carry 40 hospitals, and they wanted to see just to see the effect of diabetic because it's running mayhem in China. And the doctors came, we gave them the procedure, and the number of volunteers they chose, because they were scared of something might happen, they took 3 volunteers in their system with a diabetic, with been long term or whatever.
Hmm.
And yesterday we received the data that all 3 have become below line, very happy and glad people.
Hmm.
And so they have offered us a factory production in next few days. They've seen the result. Uh, Bringing that is the difference. What we have to do to explain for like diabetic. When you take a diabetic tablet, you have to take that tablet all the time for the rest of your life. With
Yeah.
this new space technology, once we adjusted the pancreas, it's finished. There is no more tablets after 3-6 months.
Hmm.
This is what they have to understand. It's not a medicine, it's a processing, and needs to be taught. People like you, when you do the golden age of GANs, try to make a position that you can make comment on the advantages of it, that they can see the difference. People just read, they don't see the advantages.
Hmm.
And this is
Good
important for
point.
people like you
Hmm.
with us. And in a way, do we add a star next to it? What it is, what you understand, what's the beauty of it, what is the problem of it. The minute we start covering the problems, we are back into the old place, pharmaceutical. We have to see what
Hmm.
is the positive with it, what is the negative with it, and how we can correct the negative. I have a lot of objection with the people who use the GANs for diabetic, because you have a table with 3 legs and you cover one of them. You have to cover the breathing, you have to cover the pancreas, then it's permanent. Um, then when you teach about diabetic, for example, You have to teach about the totality. If you just give them water to drink and control the diabetic, you're selling the same as the pharmaceutical. You have to
Yeah.
go because we know diabetic is a psychosomatic. They have to understand, they have to reach the soul through the breathing system. They have to fix the physicality, which is through the pancreas. So you have to cover all three. And there's a lot of teaching to be done. It's the same with the cancer. Um, the cancer system, which is developed now, hopefully they go back into the dynamic system of it in Austria, should remove any cancer within minutes. It's that powerful. As I said last week, they walked back into coils, which is not what was structured for the universal organization. And hopefully they go back into it and they carry on with it. But in a way, we need these things. We need these things to be understood, and we are all learners. We are all knowledge seekers.
The more we showcase this and Keshe Wiki and etc. puts more data on there about dosage and so forth, probably the better we'll do.
Yeah, I think something between the journal, PeaceWiki, and the journal with the scientific papers we are releasing on, it's brought a good dimensions to a balance to everything. It's independently people put on. We saw research and scientific papers to it, and then there's a point of reference like Wiki to go to. There's a lot of work being done put into Wiki generally. People like Klaus and Vince and other people have put a lot of time and effort in making the Wiki as it is. The medical Wiki is becoming very nice. And how do we get access to doctors to it?
One thing I've noticed. One thing I've noticed is that there's some censorship going on Facebook on my Golden Age of GANs page, where we'll have 40 to 50 new members per week subscribing to the Golden Age of GANs, but the numbers don't go up even when they're added to the group. So we're being censored.
You have to understand, it's the same with Keshe Foundation, which runs by Caroline. They show an organization with 2 million, 1 million followers, which is political or whatever. The Keshe Foundation is kept at 60,000, 70,000. They won't let it move because this is part of the work of the Rothschild Group through Fox. They made a decision that Keshe Foundation cannot be going public for nearly 10 years. This came through the pressure of the King of Belgium. We know the process, how it's happening. Because they saw it as a danger to their structure. No Fox News can report anything about the Keshe Foundation. No, anyone's connected or gets financed through the Rothschild Group can promote the Keshe Foundation. This is why we see world leaders bend towards the work of the foundation, but they cannot do much with it. But in the background, we see it. You got to understand, as I just explained to the Chinese community in the background, if a government senses a teaching like this, now that China is taking leadership in this fellowship program with Keshe Foundation work, and they're beautiful to work with, especially the Chinese community and Chinese government, they don't want most of the nations to do till they announce it, so they censor us. The same thing with the White House. Here in the background, we have everybody sitting. You'll be amazed. How come we talk and it gets done? Says, oh, coincidental. No, they're sitting there. They read your articles. They know you're sharing a lot, and this damage is pharmaceutical. And keeping a small door is better than shutting the door and the water will come through other holes. That's all they're doing. You
understand? One other thing is, I submitted an article on your CO2 paper, the discussion about using limonene oxide to create plastics from GAN.
Where?
But I had submitted it to the Plasma Times.
Oh, you have to ask, when did you do
it? Last month.
Oh, we're gonna
I made some plastic. I actually made some plastic, the techniques that you mentioned.
Okay, now I give you a grant. Explain it here, then they are forced to show it. But don't forget, it's not forced. The Plasma Time at the moment is a structure. It takes 2 or 3 months to get papers through. And the
Yeah.
time.
Oh, I was the acting editor of the Plasma Time for a year.
Let me just. I told you we are very interactive. I just see the report from the head of Keshe Foundation. Pete is in contact with Mark. You're talking to Pete? Am I correct?
I haven't talked to anyone. I just submitted it as through the normal channel. I was just wondering though.
You gotta wait. They've got other things on the line.
Yeah,
that would have gone through to Pete, probably through the usual form that you sent in there, Mark, and he would be reviewing it. That'd be for the Plasma Scientific Journal entry.
Right.
Yeah. There's a form for that, and that'll be probably.
Ella, if I say something here, yeah.
Yes,
Mark, Pete has tried to reach you, I think, through Facebook chat and through email. Regarding the article which you submitted, there were just few questions, and it was scheduled to be the next edition of Plasma Time. So if you can please reply to the messages to Pete, then we get the article published.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ella. It's just we don't peer review, but they try to get everything correctly done. That there is no misunderstanding of what you're trying to say. It's correctly explained. That we can.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
it's interesting though that your CO2 paper it somehow was missed when I first read it, that the D-limonene oxide combined with the GANs creates a plastic and a polymer.
Of course it does. What do you think polymer is?
And so I tested it and it worked. And this is how
is correct. So you peer reviewed it. Okay, can you explain to us how you do it then, before your paper?
Well, it was a very simple process just to add D-limonene. There's still several things that need to be tested from whether it's the
GANs explain what D-limonene is, please?
Well, D-limonene is from citrus. It can be orange peel or lemon peel. And it's combined with GANs, whether it's still in its saline solution or it's been rinsed. And I'm still looking at different ratios for adding the D-limonene.
How do you get it? Explain to us.
Well, all you do is add the D-limonene to the GANs and its solution, whether it's in water or saline solution, and you stir it until it's fully mixed, and then you pour it out into a form and let it dry out. And you get a plastic from it, a polymer. And it was a very simple method, but there's still lots to do. Team would be essential to speed up the process.
What will be essential?
A team of testers to look at the ratios to determine which one's the best.
A paper like this or disclosure like this, which we already know, it starts a lot of people working on it. There's like
that was my goal.
Yeah, I was just 1 second,
Okay.
I was just walked in and I saw a envelope, or what do you call it, a package on my shelf yesterday. And very interesting. I told Ella about it. It says all gas, protein, and earth. This paper has been released or has been written on the 25th of 2014. And
it's a while ago.
Yeah, it's a while ago. If you read this paper and understand it, then you can produce anything. You can produce any kind of petroleum. And This is the original paper. And then there is another board. It's called Creation of Motion in the Universe, written on the 9th of 10, 2014.
Mhm.
This is a 6-page document, papers, disclosures. And if you put this creation of motion in the universe and an understanding of the gas production of protein, gas and proteins are the same as what you talk about.
Mhm.
And in all the papers we have explained a lot of things. And the way you talk about uh, what you've done, it needs a lot of research to be added to.
Yes,
In,
exactly. It would be essential really to form small teams to work on different ratios
it'll
and
come,
percentages.
it's coming, it's on the way. The
Mhm.
different Keshe Foundation centers will do this. They will, what do you call it, complete this.
Yeah, I
Uh,
hope they'll take those
yeah,
notes that.
we are, as I said, we are in the production. We are talking to the Chinese government for production of the gas direct from atmosphere on the same principle. And same we
Mhm.
can do with plastic. As I said, you can make tailor make it.
But I was thinking about when I wrote the article, I looked at the idea of how disruptive technologies are entering into the fields, and you wrote a paper on that in the past too, on how disruptive technology wasn't really an issue because the Kesh technology replacing these other technologies is a better thing. The replacement is better than what was originally there from a
You
different
see,
perspective.
yeah, in a way you're right. But if you look at it, um, do you are you gonna dig a oil well and a gas well and pollute the whole planet and then spend a fortune to ship it across the world, make
Yeah.
more damage, or you produce what you need at the point of what you need? This is literally what you show is what will be done in the space. I want to make a plastic polymer. I use the space energy of um, the whole thing as simple as what we know what it is.
Hmm.
So mass production of the plastic does not need huge refinery and gas production.
Right. And plastics, and especially when you're talking about biodegradable plastics, they require three things. They require light and moisture, and also temperature control. And if you bury those things under the ground, they don't biodegrade. But with the GANs being self-powered, um, the biodegradability of that polymer from GANs and limonene would alter the environment.
Uh, we come to and go back to, or we come
Hmm.
from and we go back to, either way you look at it. You're correct, but this new position is very, very interesting. Now you show the production of plastic, the production of gases are the same. Yeah, I always say when I went to Iran, the Iranian government line of interaction with me was, I said we can change, we can produce oil and everything, and they said we know oil is not going to be used very soon. We are interested in development of the space technology,
Hmm.
and that's what I did. So um, resources, human resources, as I said to Chinese very recently, the biggest problem for China development will be limitation of resources: copper, zinc, aluminium, precious
Hmm.
metals. And now with this system, with this technology, especially what has been done with other aspects of it in the Keshe Foundation in research centers, we become independent. So nobody can control the development of um, wealth or material for China. China produces
Hmm.
as much aluminium as it needs the day they need it. We go and mine it, now we produce it because we understand the process. But what is the effect of this on the nations, African nations, which the raw material was part of it?
Hmm.
So we have to, as part of the Keshe Foundation work, we have to enrich the Africans that they can run the machinery and the technologies that they don't need the Chinese to be able, so become a self-sufficient circle. Or in very much, from my experience during the Russian time, when there was an East and a West, the Russians did very tricky things through the instruction of Lenin to control nations. If they break up, they have nothing to do, as we saw, it was correct. When they made a clock, the winding was made in the east of Russia, the leg of it was made in the Ukraine, the face of it was made in Siberia, and then they brought it together. Nobody knows what this piece is for. And they could control it. And I think the next generation of the Keshe Foundation work, especially what you do and the way we teach, is that the world governments decide, we leave this part to the Kenyans and we do the others, that we all have a job. And secondly, the population of 7 billion, not one factory can answer to everything.
Right.
Import exports become luxury business, because unless I don't want to do it, you wanted to do it, you can do it. I see the amalgamation of Alibaba and what do you call it, the other networks for distribution between China and the West will complete in a very short time, because they have to work as one.
Amazon, you mean, Mr. Keshe?
Yeah, it's Amazon. Yeah, there is a problem at the moment here with Chinese are trying to clean up with Alibaba, is delivery of the what is being given to be the right thing. They have a problem that they're sorting it out, and they're aware of it, and then it will become very much like Amazon. And with the Amazon in the West, we can sue the Amazon, and what they sell has to be what is delivered. In China, there is a problem with that at the moment, and the government is putting it out this year.
And the biggest thing in those organizations is the delivery, and they're working with drone delivery now for 15-minute delivery from their major warehouses in any metropolitan area. So you can imagine, with positive positioning technology, they would love to get their hands on that in order to deliver goods to people, or to help in emergency situations and all kinds of beneficial things that way, which would be something very desirable to them in a controlled way, in a controlled situation, which they're already doing it. They're delivering up to 20 or 30 pound packages now by drone to selected areas, delivered to the doorstep.
Yeah, but it's very
more
interesting.
More of that exponential change that we've been looking at. What used to take 100 years or more on a linear curve of change, now it takes 10 years or less on an exponential curve. And so we're seeing this really rapid pace of everything changing around us.
Let me enlighten you into this direction a little bit. And it's in line with our teaching. The delivery of the packages and parcels, I asked the Iranian government to disclose this. I will have a heck of a problem in Tehran when I land there. They put me in prison, or they leave me as a lunatic on the streets of Tehran one way or another, I would say. Is Iranian disclosure of the travel into space they have. If Iranian disclose to us what they've achieved in space technology, then you will understand the drone system is obsolete in so many ways. I told you Iran is the center of the knowledge. I've embedded in Iran the soul of the knowledge when I was there. I didn't come. But the problem with it is, now if you deliver it, comes to the right person, and the right person gets it. And you have to sign for it and the rest of it. This is part of the dilemma of delivery system at the moment. With what John is doing in Arizona, and it'll become part of the space program, and what we see will be developed hopefully completely in Austria, the Space Center, you don't need any signature. The system delivers the soul of the man through dimension of delivery, if you understand what it means. It means when I order it, my soul will sign I received it.
Yes.
This is a very advanced stage. John is in that direction. He doesn't see it, but I see him how it's going. And in so many ways, I am sure it's going to be a fantastic time when we put these geniuses in different space agencies on one
Oh, yeah.
platform and have
Well,
a use.
it just occurred to me, Mr. Keshe, is there like they have facial recognition now in China? They've got it in Toronto, Canada, all over the world. They have this face recognition
I
thing.
can't walk in my office without it.
Right, so we don't need
It's
signatures.
simple.
We don't need signatures. The drone will have a camera, face recognition. Hi, there's your parcel. Away you go. But it occurs to me: is our face basically a reflection of our soul in a way?
In so
And
many ways.
is that sort of a way in the physical world that I mean, we have to have some control over this system in a way, or this system has to have some control. There has to be built-in controls. And part of that is just recognizing this face is, it's okay to deliver things to this face. Everything's good. See you later, sort of thing.
How would you, this is one of the problems you'll understand, very interesting. How would you know, this will come up, I've looked at it, it's very, very interesting. Now, we run a totally different system platform in the coming time, and as you know, computers are obsolete, know your work. How do you know the physicality of the soul which places order, let's say for alcohol, is under 18? The problems are many in this process.
Yeah.
It's not going to be resolved so
Yeah.
easy. You understand? So how do you know you don't deliver a porno magazine to a pedophile? Or picture of a child, ask for something, promotion to run? It's not that way. There's a lot of obstacles we have to sort. It's not so easy. It's not something which can be done overnight. But once we put the resources of nations into this program, it'll be very, very rapid. The eagerness to open the door in the beauty of what will be shown in these portholes will get life out of the man day and night. They work day and night to achieve what it is. It's like a target program. If we achieve to the next level, that's what it's going to be. Nations will work day and night. People will not sleep to achieve it, that we can get to that portal opening up. It is, it's amazing.
Well, that was.
Will this be like the movie theaters of the future, basically? It'd be.
Depends if the government wants to share that movie, don't they?
Well, this is the thing. Will they be very exclusive, let's say, or will it be open to the public? This sort of portal.
We see certain limitations because you have to understand a lot of it, but we see a lot of openness because everybody else is involved in it. My advice to the world leaders who are involved in this process, especially those who are involved in control of the faith and those who are control of the finances, have to understand that both on heading the same direction. You got to understand US will be controlled by Vatican and Brazil, without a shadow of doubt. They want to have their say. US will be more pushed by the minority of the Jews. Iran will push the direction of the Islamic side, and the Saudis will come to the side of Iran because they see that's how they can get the Islamic world to speak their language. The Chinese will bring in the Buddhist culture to us, and then they want, and then it is beautiful what the way I set up. It's not the war of roses, it's the love of roses which will bring mankind together through this technology. The beauty of it. And it is interesting how it will evolve in the next few years when $716 billion of defense technology is spent on $716 billion of space technology instead of defense technology. As we heard the American President in the United Nations opening, probably we have increased our spending by borrowing from other nations to kill them by 16 billion to 716 billion dollars. Now, in the next United Nations conference, President Trump has to say we're spending 716 billion on a space program and not on defense program.
Mr. Keshe?
Yeah.
How much do the Iranians spend on space technologies? Is it much, much lower in cost? Of course, it seems likely.
When I was in Tehran, my advisors told me 95% of the budget of the presidential research group is spent on new technology. We have literally stopped every other development.
Do you think that the technologies will be shown if they're under attack?
They already have shown. Haven't you seen what the Iranian government had released on the two different channels? They're trying to show the power of technology.
So in a defensive mode only, not in offense, but in defense.
It is. I have a written agreement with His Excellency Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, with the government of Iran. At the time Ahmadinejad is registered within the government registration document, that my technology will be used for peaceful application and defense of a nation. And Iran have used it for defense, not for offense.
I love that. That's great. Yeah.
And they've shown it. Why do you think? This is what I explained to the Chinese officials very recently. And I've said it before. Why do the Americans do a national boycott on Iran, international boycott, but not offensive like Syria and Libya? Because they know they get wiped out. On the 22nd of November this year, we captured the biggest American drone again. Nobody sees about. Just go on the internet. The biggest, most advanced. Last time they said we had no what do you call it, internal destruction system. This time is the most advanced one that's been captured. Americans know Iranian territory, no-go area.
Right.
No go for anywhere you touch. We touch worse. You got to understand. Very, very important situation in Yemen. When the Iranian 7 ships went to deliver food, Americans could have stopped it under any name, delivering arms or whatever. Why do you think the Iranian got to the port? You touch, we show. You're extremely strong.
Yeah.
The fear of America with Iran is that it will be shown is insignificant. They can't sell these toy arms. You touch, we show. It's very, very clear. We don't touch. People are not aware of the diplomacy. When you've seen how they came that on the cover of arms, they went to support Syria and everything else. Iran technology is beyond. We can be covered from the submarine to above. There is no borders for us in the space technology. And Americans are putting a very brave face to it. But in general, my request to His Excellency President Rouhani and His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei is openly read space agency.
I remember too.
It's very hard to convince the Sepah to open, and I hope they do.
Yeah, me too. I hope that people remember also that the United States Aegis technology was brought down or neutralized by the Russians in a triangulated. Do you remember that one?
Everything is there. I want to tell you something. I'm getting a report on your request for your paper. It says Mark submitted on 28th of October 2000 and got a reply from me on 29th of October saying that it's something you have to check your mail, Mark.
Yeah, I'll do that. I didn't see it, so
they responded to you the next day. Till the corrections are not done by you, we don't touch anything to publish. We don't peer review. You have to revert back to the answer to put things right as a scientific paper, and they release it for you. So you've been answered within 24 hours from the day you submitted it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that communication.
This says I made a contact with him via FB on 19th of November and to date has not replied. Okay.
No, that's on me then.
Yeah, it says on the 12th of November he received a detailed list of questions to address, but never replied. So it's if you, because we don't peer review, you have to put your paper right.
Yeah, no problem.
So even I'm trying to submit papers, they send it to me, is this correct, that word, and then I put it in.
Right.
So that's the answer
Yeah,
to your question.
I was looking for that, but I didn't see it. I guess I'll just
You
have
have
to
a
look.
reply on 29, 12, and the 19th of November.
Okay.
Okay, so
just to be clear, was that by email or by Facebook reply?
it is email on the 29th, on the 12th of November, again by email, on the 19th of November was on your Facebook.
Okay.
If I may add here, and this is valid for everyone, the emails may reach into spam or junk folders. So please be sure to check all your folders when you expect an answer from the foundation, because certain mail services are simply putting everything to spam.
Or add our emails to your contacts. This way you can avoid being placed in spam.
So be sure to check all your folders in the email.
You see, Mark, Keshe Foundation is not just me anymore. You have a well-structured things in the background. And
I do like it going. The Plasma Times looks so good now. I so appreciate the upgrade.
I think what you got to do with what you put in there, you have to enter this into KesheWiki too.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, you have to get in touch with the other arm of the wiki, which is Vince and I think Klaus and the others, to be able to put these things into KesheWiki. Or if you see anybody submitting something which is good to be on the wiki or be published, refer the papers to the foundation to be published.
We have also a system here. Every Plasma Times edition gets published in Wiki so that it's easily translatable in all the other languages. And additional to that, we have Plasma Scientific Time section in Wiki, which also gets published after they get published in Plasma Times. And again, it can be translated in all the languages. So we have automatic the system. After Plasma Time is released, it gets on Wiki, and all the languages can translate.
Both scientific journal and KF Plasma Times, they're both having a place in the KF Wiki.
Yes.
So.
And you find English there, and after English, anyone can translate as they have time to do.
Is it possible that we can go a step further, Stanley?
Yes.
That we could link Mark House, the Golden Gauge of GANs, into Wiki.
Wiki, not because it's Facebook group, right?
Yeah, but if they provide a link that testimonials can go with somebody, not testimonial direct.
Testimonials
many people don't know a Golden Age of GANs, but they go through the Keshe Foundation testimonial. Somehow, if we can link their testimonial and their Facebook into our wiki or in testimonial section. Because I've seen Mark gets totally different audience than we do, and the same has to be with him, that they can go back to the foundation.
Yeah, it could be a mutual exchange where I could send some from the Golden Age of GANs per week.
Oh,
and you could be sort of an editor, Mark, and select sort of the top 10 of the week, sort of GAN submissions. Nano, you've got a wide spread of activities there, and send them into either the KF wiki or even the testimonials site. We should be able to capture some of those highlights. Nice.
Let me say something, please. 1 second, and carry on. Some of these people who submit these papers to you for testimonial can be used as a scientific paper if it gets guided by people like Pete. Because it's a discovery, it's a development. You understand?
Yeah, because it's a GANs page in general, we get a lot of submissions on newcomers who just made their first GANs, and we have lots of questions on a daily basis about how GANs is produced, how to nanocoat or nano layer. And some of it's pretty elementary, but there are some advanced posts too that are revealing quite a lot.
Well, that's where the KF Wikipedia should be able to answer those questions, and you should be able to just refer them to the GANs page of the KF Wikipedia, which in theory will have the latest and greatest advice and tips on what to do, how to make
often I just jump in
and if it isn't correct, you can help correct it, because you're one of the experts in GANs. You are the king of GANs, basically, the golden age of GANs. You are there, and so I think
this is how it is meant to be, right? A lot of people on the internet are referencing Wikipedia, and this is what we wanted to do with plasma science and technology, that people will now be referencing the kwiki.org. So whenever there is a need for additional information or explanation, there should be the link placed to KWiki. And we are also having a page on cashfoundation.org /links, where we could put the GANs group on, what Mr. Cash requested before. If you go to the cashfoundation.org /links, you will see that we started collecting all the links where the resource.
The testimonial type posts in Plasma Times.
There are other channels. I think there are other people who release testimonial on plasma. I think we can bring a lot of knowledge collectively in from other places, because everybody doesn't know the golden age of GANs. Nobody knows. Some people don't know others. So it's got to be part
with the censoring that's going on Facebook. That's why I was curious about if there's a disruption in the current internet by the end of 2019, and it's quite possible based on SpaceX putting up 1,600 new low orbit satellites in space in order to maintain a new internet connectivity.
Yeah, but you have to understand what is the purpose of this 1,600. Are we creating a new superpower control?
Yeah, that's the question, really.
And would it be important for us to be able to create a dimension in the plasma link that the communication lines of present time cannot be restricting the knowledge? I see what Moss is doing. What is the bigger plan of the State of Israel? It's very clear what is planned and what Rothschild is sitting behind it. It's not him. He doesn't have that kind of finances. He doesn't have that kind of a structure to be able to do, especially with the problem he's got himself into. But in the overall run, this is a bigger structure of control in a bigger dimension. But with introducing the new plasma communication lines, these 1,600 is obsolete. We release more and more knowledge on this, this goes back again to our research group in wireless power sources. The wireless power sources, in conjunction with the plasma transfer, are part of the next communication lines. And the sooner our team completes this development, they've already done it in part, the faster we'll move in that direction.
So this is the instant communications using plasma that we could establish versus a broadband network.
We are in negotiation in one of the countries to develop and build the first space city, which we could be part of the structure, our technology. Is 63 square kilometers of the city set up by a nation. And we just had a very, very tentative talks about it, that in the next few weeks most probably go back into detail, that will show the new operation of the wireless energy city. Doesn't need any cabling. This allows us to bring into operation, as I said to them, the operation of the flying cars, which is a restriction in the West and the rest of the world because of the cables we have. Control of the disease, that no one in the city can get diseases through the interaction of the plasma technology, is rethinking in a whole way. And we were offered to join, and I accepted it, but then it goes on the back of our teams and the development. The project is supposed to start March of 2019, and hopefully our technology in the communication, line of communication energy, will have a lot to contribute towards it. It's a city built, and the portholes most probably will be built in that city. That's why I opened up of the porthole to many nations. And it is very
Mr. Keshe,
new ways.
is there a conflict between the new plasma technology and the existing, say, Wi-Fi or other types of networks of communications we have?
No.
In that we might need to use the new technology first in, say, remote locations or communities that don't have power now and don't have access to technology?
We have to be able to be ready to deliver the technology as we saw with the Italian disaster 2 years ago. And now the step up is Keshe Foundation satellite system. What we show in in central understanding of the plasma control is very important. Now what we understood in central control of the plasma production of materials, wireless communication in a plasma state, and what we showed in the Chinese test, where we could run an AC and a plasma at the same time on the same line, it's totally different things. It's like I tell you hello and you hear it now, and then you wait 15 seconds before you hear my hello on your landline. It makes it gradually obsolete. It's just
disruptive technology.
Disruptive technology. This was the biggest nightmare of President Obama. If I send you read papers and communications from His Excellency President Obama, this is the fear. But should be no fear. Expansion of development of the technology should not be a fear. It should be something, okay, we work on it, it creates a new market. You know, all these fridges you buy plugged in, now you don't need a fridge with a plug. Can you imagine how many people will buy fridges that they can put anywhere in the house? It doesn't have to be next to a wall. How about more? It creates new industry. It creates total. We saw this one in the presentation of last week from Austria, but they don't see it. But in time, you will see the fuses coming in. 8 generator. You want a toaster which has no electric connection. You can toast on your bed and put it aside and go and do it in the toilet, whatever you want to do. This new wireless energy transfer, it creates a huge new industry. Huge new industry. And the governments have to see it and spend the money on the war into the new technologies. You remember, I was watching a movie last night with my children, and it was amazing. I saw, you remember these big, huge handset phones we used to carry?
Oh yeah, brick phones.
90s. And now, you know when you watch a movie, how old the movie is, because the phone they're using is from 1990s. And very soon, we'll see. Our fridge used to be there. It doesn't work that way anymore. The structure of the refrigeration will change, especially with what's coming out of China Keshe Foundation. The sterilization, long life of the food in the fridge. Do we need freezers to change, or we keep it? Why do we freeze things? To keep the time, the material in the state that we cooked it or we had it. With the new what we call development of the plasma environment, is there a need for deep freezing? Not really, if you think of it.
No.
If you create an atmospheric condition with the CO2 that no germ can survive, or the viruses can't get in, what you can leave your apple on the table and come back to it, is still there, because the plate is field control protection.
Yeah, I can see how large groups of testing. needs to be
7 million
organized.
people are not enough to develop new things what man has developed in past thousands of years in the new version.
Yeah, it'll be new jobs.
New jobs, new opportunities, service industry. I don't get paid for what I produce. I get paid because they love to pay me. I can have what I want. It changes a lot of things, and that brings the fear of control by governments and world leaders. And when you make one nation, should be no fear. It takes a lot. There'll be some people who abuse the system, without a doubt.
Mhm.
But in a way, they'll be brought into balance by their own soul. It's horrendous what is sitting on the horizon from 2019 on. I see development. I see a huge. It's amazing what's been achieved by John in Arizona. People don't understand it, but
I haven't had a chance to talk to him lately.
the development, he talks about things, some of it he doesn't understand, but he tries, he dares to try, and sometimes I say, you're
Yeah.
there, but people don't understand. And we see situation in Austrian Research Center. It some it needs completion, some needs maturing, some goes backwards. But going that backwards understands and gives them the understanding of where they missed in the structure of understanding. And it's a lot with the Chinese. We have a group of Chinese who develop some funny things, but nobody can see in the background what we'll see it. Africans are not far behind, especially like Alex. They done huge things, but they don't see it. But when we sit in the background, we look at it, the whole picture is complete.
Mhm.
The swimming pool which Alex built in Africa is a revolution in the health industry, but it brings a lot in the space industry. Can we float in the pools where there is no atmosphere is poison, we receive all the medicine, the food and energy we need to survive. We become a fish in another dimension where we can control.
Yeah, I see. I see. Your paper that you wrote, I don't know how many years ago, dealt with this idea of how this disruptive technology is not really something to be feared, but to be grasped.
If we are there now, we don't have a choice.
Mhm.
Energy transfer through remote system has been done, has been achieved. It's like, you know, now you use caustic to nanocoat, to use the fire, or you use what do you call it, pressure cookers I call it. Nanocoating from a distance, space-time has been done, has been achieved 2-3 months ago.
From a distance.
Yeah. They can nanocoat from a distance any wire. It's been done. So we have shown transfer of energy. It sits in Austrian Research Center. This is why I said to them, why they come backwards. Transfer of energy has already been achieved in different ways. The power generation, powering a house for seconds, and they could go into minutes and indefinite, has already been achieved. It's not a history, it's not a story. I achieved power transmission with no line, like what Tesla did from Russia, running a car in New York years ago. But I'm not here to show magics. It has to be achieved by the knowledge seekers, and now it's been achieved.
And the cost of
zero.
Yeah, the cost is so low, and
very low, very
to everything else.
We are not talking theoretical. These are achieved systems, but our researchers have to mature. It's literally maturing by our researchers. In a way, maturing in knowledge, nothing else.
You know, I spent, Mr. Keshe, I spent probably the first 2 years of making GANs just testing what I call zero boost GANs, where I use just the nano layered copper on the outside of the container completely, and the metal outside.
Paper, teach it.
Yeah, I have. Since I've been doing it, I've been posting it all along.
Make it like a paper and it stays there. It can be done. Arman does strange things, but he goes back into something else. At the moment, what we see out of Arizona is not put together. It's a patchwork, but it's a ground-based work for a space technology development. It's very at it. John cannot stop coming up with new lines of thinking, and I'm sure Arizona lab will become part of NASA organization very soon. American part of development, but it stays as Keshe Foundation Development Center. It's where we set up these things. It's the governments will try to claim what's on their territory, but it totally belongs to the foundation work.
You were mentioning that we shouldn't be afraid of this transition because in America, NASA has been frowned upon because they turned it into kind of a military operation when it was not essentially set out to do that.
It is 2/3 of the payloads of any NASA shuttle launch was military. It is. Without it, they don't get the funding. It's a very reverse position. Military gets the crumbs to scientific development to NASA, where it should be actually the crumbs should come in there if it needs to be a military. This all will change. So, a lot of your praise for the soul of Trump has worked. Now we see. And it'll be a shock when NASA gets invited to sit on the table of space technology with the Iranian scientists.
That will be, yeah.
It is in the hands of the Chinese government. The invitation has to come from President Xi.
This idea of parity of powers, I like it. I like the idea of all the countries having equal knowledge and understanding of plasma. So that
we have no choice. You've seen Africa with Dr. Gatwa.
Right.
The Americans don't want it to be known. Africans are making it. Now the Americans have got to the Africans to learn it. This is the beauty of it.
This brings parity.
Control is out of hand. You know, I've said so many times, they left me too long free to publish, to teach, and to spread the knowledge. Now the problem is how I become part of it, yeah.
Well, I'm glad they did, because look where we're at now.
We are in a very good position. I think if the team in Austria and the team in Arizona move the two systems together and understand the work of each other, you can, through the dynamic systems of the strength of the soul, change the cancer in the physicality within seconds. Now you understand how powerful the system becomes. But they don't see the work. They're too busy in nanocortex, and the other one is too busy playing games with it. But it's there. I see the process is just maturing to time. And the structure is there. I see a very good research through Alex in Nigeria. Our one is totally wacko with the flight system. But he will see very soon where he goes. I feel so sorry for Armin. Every time he goes to get it, he flies out of his hand. And I see this, you don't teach. I don't teach because you gotta learn. I've done. But we're in a good path. And it's not me anymore. It's thousands, millions of Keshe Foundation supporters worldwide who will spread and keep the knowledge in front.
Yeah, you've done an excellent job, sir.
No, we done collectively a good job. In a technology like this had to come from the roots, not from the top.
Yeah, well, you've done a wonderful job.
Just like the nano-coding, the way it works. Not top down. It's not top down. It's kind of develops from the roots, right? From the base metal up, and it opens up.
You know, the Keshe Foundation have many supporters in different cultures and life. A good friend of the foundation is an ambassador, and I've said it before. And he says, I've changed my council embassy bedroom into research development Ganses, and I moved into my living room. I sleep in my living room as an ambassador. He's a very nice guy. It's very
That's familiar.
He's a professor. He's a scientist. And I was told some of the world leaders have actually made some ganses in presidential palaces to see if it's correct.
Oh, wow.
We have been tested. Hopefully the results should be out next day or two, officially by the government. One of the most powerful nations has taken 2 samples from the Keshe Foundation, and they said that results will be out, and that results will change the course of the nation.
Yeah.
You understand? So it is a lot happening, but it's there. You see, the key with the success of what we promote, especially like your Facebook, is we touch the health of people. You understand? And when you touch the health, you touch the soul, and that's where the change has come.
Right.
This is what with this problem we have in Europe with a nation came, that we spread the knowledge through the health, and people walked in hundreds. In hundreds.
Wow.
Because they saw the system is not a health system, it's a natural system. Those who were with us, we got to the position of 2 days a week, where I used to do maybe speak to people, maybe 10 a week or a month. My secretaries are there, they can tell you. We came to 2 secretaries, 15 minutes per person across the planet. When we used to start the surgery at 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, every 15 minutes was to someone somewhere across the planet with certain problem and certain health problems or whatever. So in 8-hour sessions we had about 30 people. And it didn't matter where they came from, they received the same love and care and the same soul.
That's amazing.
They can tell you, my secretaries can tell you.
Well, even your work before, years ago, when you were making health cups and putting together means to bring people out of coma or whatever problems that they had, and healing yourself. When you had your accident, broke your ribs, all of that stuff has been reported over and over again, repeatedly on Golden Age of GANs. I keep regurgitating this stuff. I just keep repeating it every year.
You see, I'm a good example of pancreas cancer and liver cancer. They're poisoned to kill me. And the only thing which was not working, they were puzzled. I cannot get, what the system doesn't work over me. Because I was working so much with ganses while writing the book. I can show you the last picture. They were sure I'm going to die when the book number 1 is finished. We have found it.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about that a few times.
The last picture which was taken, that they were sure when I finish my book number 1 I'll die, and they can claim it, but that time he got the stroke. I sent it to you. Wait, I gotta find it. It's amazing. It was found a few days ago, and I explained to what this picture is. They were so sure that I'll be dead with the poison he was giving me, that we released the picture of the king. Now I show you the last picture. They were so sure that I'll die. I'll send it to you, Rick. I don't know if Caroline is in the background. We can send it to you. This picture shows behind his laptop in the restaurant where he was poisoned by himself. It's amazing. And I don't want to release his face, but you see this picture I sent in a backwards position, and is this his Apple computer? They were sure I'd die with this. Just wait, I have to do. Let me do. Just wait.
Make sure you send me the correct picture.
I send you one.
I don't want you to die because.
Wait 1 second, impatient chap. Just wait 1 second. This picture, even from me sitting, you will see how sure they were confident that I'll die. that they took the picture to do it. And this is his Apple, we can register it.
That is so bold.
This, I tell you, it's his writing, it's not mine. Just watch, just I save it. I have to edit something out of it because it shows my face in pain even, because I know what it is. Just it's part of the archives of the Keshe Foundation. You will see it, how murderers work. And let me edit it because there's something here we cannot show. This will be used in the court in the coming time. And strange enough, this picture is provided by him. I'm gonna show it to you. You will see that's his Apple. And it shows it's the restaurant where he got poisoned. He poisoned himself here. That's where he said I can see stars. He drank the wrong one. Okay, Rick is in on your secure line. No, I need to edit another piece. There's part of information you don't need to see. Okay, because it'll be submitted to the court of Den Haag. And you see my posture is a lot of pain. That time we had the records of it in hospitals in Belgium. Because doctors couldn't understand how this thing is carrying on. It's on your...
Not seeing it come through yet, Mr. Keshe, maybe.
It's through with you
coming
now.
through now, yeah.
It's coming through now.
Okay.
And you see it says book 1, and it's in Flemish. It's not in English. June 2009.
Okay, let me put that up.
Yeah, this is how these people work. And we know it works because the doctors couldn't find out how this function of cancer is there. And it was just came out, I came out of Iran and started working because the plan was to kill. You see this in Flemish and tells you the name of the restaurant and the time.
Was it called Quick?
We don't mention anything, don't do. Quick means in Flemish fast.
Oh.
You understand? So this is how situation is. This is a murder scene.
You don't look too
no,
healthy.
your posture changes. I mean, Arman can tell you when they poisoned me second time in the Sansana, I used to bend walk.
Yeah, your
these
posture
are all
is
attempted murder. Yeah, these are all attempted murders. But when you speak using the technology, they could not overcome the poisoning. The body builds up a system against matter states which they give you. I was so much involved in research and GANs that my body is saturated with radiation of the plasma. And after this, the next day, he was in hospital. They couldn't understand why, because he poisoned himself. You can take the date. Yeah, you can take the date and check with the entry of the hospital, when he entered in the hospital for a stroke, because he drank the poison and he could see stars. But the system, the technology is complete. As I told you, we have a full evidence to put these people away for a lifetime.
Yeah,
because
any good judge
I can put this with the documents from the hospital. They're all there. Because we paid the bills of the hospital. The insurance company and the bills are all submitted for taxation.
Yeah, I'm sure a judge will be able to see that.
Yeah. But this is the part of the process. As part of understanding technology is very complete. And how we use it, especially our Facebook's pages like yours and the others, are the backbone of showing that you can solve a lot of things with this new tech. It's not just health, but a lot more. A lot more.
Yeah, we field a lot of questions on the golden age of GANs every day, and I kind of sometimes I let everyone else answer, and so it's not always me answering initially, and then I come in later and add my 2 bits. But it's nice to see how many people know enough to be able to answer the questions to the new people.
I'm willing to do that too.
Yeah.
I see that just about any newcomer that goes to the golden age of GANs will get an answer to whatever dilemma they're in.
The thing is, now we have to become collective workers. You understand? It's not individuals anymore, and each one of us see, as I say, it's a very big carpet, we got to all hold on it. But 2019 is the breakthrough of the Keshe Foundation, not for humanity. In knowledge becoming used, especially with the situation which is coming up now, a 3rd university has been added to the Brazilian teaching, teaching which is going on. Would start in 3 other nations, and then they'll go. You see, once they start teaching it in one university, the other universities and governments ask, why don't we teach it ourselves? This is the step up. You understand?
Yeah.
And it's not one course in one university. Now the 3rd university, and so a special medical thing has been added. The 5 or 6 teachers are already being in certification by the government to go into the medical teaching of the plasma technology. So once it comes, if they're getting it, why can't we? And then escalates with 3 nations, and now with the unification of the space technology with America, China, India, Russia, and Brazil teaching it, will force the Russians and the Iranians and the rest to start teaching too. You can, otherwise you can go to Brazil to be taught, and you have to learn Portuguese and the rest of it. I will work with all these nations. We have to do. And the only way we see it is with the way we taught the plasma technology 3 months in Trani. We do an international teaching for these 6 nations, for the space technology people, to all start on the same framework. And they can share a lot.
I like when Shandor and Rick pipe in too sometimes, and some others that have been out there quite a while, doing plasma research and development on the golden age of GANs, because it's more versatile that way. You know, you get more of a community feeling about it when it's not just one person always answering everything.
Yeah, it's all a lot of us. We've got to understand. We went through evolution and revolution, and in past 7-8 months, with what happened to us in one part of the world, affect the whole operation of the Keshe Foundation. Now we are out of it. It will change. It's another phoenix from the ashes of what they tried to destroy. And it'll come so powerful with it. In so many ways, thanks to the Chinese government, and in securing us and protecting us, and in so many ways assuring us with what we had in China. We achieved a lot, and much of it is thanks to all the Chinese Keshe. They went through the same horrible time as we did, and Lin has been there like a solid rock. You've seen people like Cha Chao and Nathan and the others, and people like Fanzo and David, are all there like a rock solid. And that has been the gain of the foundation. And it is the same outside. If you look at the Keshe Foundation, to all the members of the core team and the management team and the teaching teams, and it's a huge carpet. And to change the course of humanity of millions of years of abuse to no abuse and sharing cannot be.
No. You've been at it doggedly.
We got to, somebody has to do it to change it. Doesn't matter what we call it, but it's beautiful to see the change coming, and in so many ways, it's beautiful to see all of us work in the same direction. Some of us don't like the way I talk sometimes, but my straight talk is the pain in the backside of a lot of to move and change.
You know, what's funny is that sometimes your voice kind of drifts off in your microphone, and usually right at the point where I want to hear what you're saying. Where I want to hear
it.
and then you got to adjust your volume, you know, and come back in and go, oh, okay. I've done a lot of transcribing of your in the past, and you know, lately too. And whatever happened to Transformicon? What's going on with that?
With what?
Transformicon. The transcriptions of all the workshops that disappeared off the internet.
Transformicon was not official KF site. I don't know who the owner was, and they shut it down. Probably they have their own reasons. So it wasn't Keshe Foundation official website. This was external group which had the intent to provide certain subtitles and indexes and this stuff on their own webpage.
Yeah. It's just it's a sore spot because that was a go-to place for finding what I might have missed by the microphone being at a lower level than it ought to have been.
We have Flint working on this part for quite a long time, and KF was always encouraging people to provide indexes, subtitles. So I don't know why the external website was created rather than collaborating with us and contributing to the process, but people are free to do what they want. So as they created the site, they shut it down, but we are still on the same path, continuing our process. We still call people to provide the subtitles, translations, everything what we can put to our collection to enhance our recordings. So,
yeah, of course, people complain about just about anything, but when it comes to listening for 3 or 4 hours, they sometimes complain most about the microphone.
Yes. You know what I say, Mark? Instead of complaints, I like delivery. Whenever I hear the complaint, I look after the delivery, but there is none. So then I complain because, you know, I need delivery to enhance what we have, not complaints.
It is very interesting that we can share so freely, and the ethos of our teaching to teach free, and then they teach freely has gone on.
Yes, it is.
And a lot of people came to make a lot of money out of it. If you remember, originally with this teaching, Gans teaching and knowledge seekers teaching, and they found out they don't make much money because they didn't put anything back in it. And those who freely teach have made a lot of success out of it in getting a lot of people to understand it. Because it's very simple. When you give freely, it freely comes to you. And it is very, very interesting how the process has developed. In 2019, we'll see the end of religions fighting with each other.
I like that prediction.
It's not a prediction, it's already happening. We see it happening. We see amalgamation of conglomerate organizations because they see they have to work together. We see amalgamation of the scientific organizations. When NASA, Union Space Agency, Russians and Chinese doesn't become limited but open in a new direction, they can hide whatever they like. This is what I said to the Chinese. I said, whatever you have is your top secret, is yours. I don't touch. I bring my technology and there is no secret. So you cannot claim it's yours. You understand? So what is mine and shared between each other can be shared with everyone. It doesn't have to be the color of Chinese or black or white or American or Brazilians. You understand? And this is the change with the spaceship program. They have a lot of secret programs. Keep it. We don't want to know about it. But what we bring, which is ours, has to be open. And this technology makes everything of the past so obsolete that what is the use of spending billions and keeping a bunch of people pushing buttons which get sold? It'll come natural process. 2019 is beginning of it, and we'll see the change of it. And this is a uniqueness of beauty of this work. And this is the work in the universe. When we open the portals, you will see the way I teach, the way I work is taught by people of my destination. We are free in teaching because the knowledge of God is free to the universe, and man has patented it. And we'll see how the change will come.
Will the Universal Council and the Earth Council truly take over political domain?
We don't call it politic. It's what I said to somebody is plasmatic. There is no politics. When you have one border, you don't need diplomats. You don't need politicians.
Yeah, good point.
And when you create one country out of the whole planet, we don't need political parties. We don't become communists, but we become all one target dimension for betterment of humans. And this will change a lot of things. It's very much we evolve into it. Human race are very good evolvers. We knew nothing about computers, and now we are all computer freaks. We knew nothing about the telephones. We all carry mobile phones, and we know everything what we can do with it. And so the benefit of it will change us, but we still keep our own cultures and tastes and our own flavors of our cultures. And it's the same with the people who come to us. I'm looking forward to the portals. It's something I worked for a long time on this planet. And that porthole will take all the... Why? What the reason of, as I said, we open this porthole is to take away the mysticism of masters and prophets. And in so many ways you hear the voice of the soul, not the physicality of the dimension. And this will change a lot of people, creating what I call mysticisms and other things, and Buddhas and the rest of it, and Muhammads and the rest. And everybody understands this, the science of it and the logic behind it and how they want to use it. There is a lot of celebration in the universal community in what's going to be achieved. And at last we can bring this family back into order and back as part of the universal community. There's a lot of beauty with the earth and human being, but they have not appreciated, they use it the wrong way. And one of the beautiful things with human race is loving and being loved. And this is a very precious thing in the universe. A lot has been learned from human. And that's what I tell to people. They don't understand. I've come here to enjoy the beauty and the love of this planet. It's one of the, not uniqueness, but very rare things in the universe, the way mankind loves.
Well, you can feel a lot of love coming from you every time that you speak, because you're always offering things that we need and that we should have.
Oh, maybe you have been touched by humans. You never know. It's one of those things. My mom used to tell me, you fall in love and out of love like God knows anything, but the thing is you mean what you love. And my son said to me, you go to Cyprus, he said, it's the most beautiful, lovely place. You go to Italy, you say the same thing. You go to China. Well, I said, everything about this planet is to love. Every creatures of it. I adore working with Armin. It's a pleasure. I know he lost a lot of pain with me, but that's okay. We all suffer, and it's beautiful to be in touch with Ella. They give you a lot of beauties of human being, and then you work with people like Rick, that drive him crazy, and he's still there. It is part of it, and then you fall up with a woman like Caroline, and then you see the beauty of life in other creatures, how they serve the nations like that. It's all there. It's you see Dr. Gatua. It's a beautiful. The color has no meaning anymore. The nation has no meaning anymore. And this is it's amazing how human put lines, and in a space we have no lines. A lot of pardon?
All of these aspects of plasma technology, GANs and nano health, space tech, energy, transportation, environment, food and agriculture, emotions and soul, family and relationships, it's all things that it seems to cover the whole gamut of our needs.
Because that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a totality of it. 2019 will bring a lot more. You'll be shocked what is there on TV.
I don't see anyone else presenting such a wide range of technology.
Really good point, Mark, and that's why I got one of the big reasons I got involved with the Keshe Foundation years ago, because I recognized that wide bandwidth of technology and just sheer knowledge without end.
And without a huge price attached.
Yes, right. Accessible to any average person, even me. You know? So this is a big advantage over, because most every company or any corporation or any line of reasoning specializes. I mean, look at doctors. The more higher up they are in the hierarchy, the more they specialize, and the less they're a country doctor anymore, and the more they can only deal with certain diseases, and they don't deal with anything else in life, and they become more and more narrow-minded rather than broad spectrum in terms of the big picture. And this is part of the training that we unfortunately encounter, especially in the developed world. But this technology is different that way.
Holistic approach that rarely ever see.
Yeah.
You see, in one teaching we cover everything from health, agriculture to the soul of the man and everything else in the space technology, because the knowledge is a gift to humanity, and a gift which carries everything to satisfy all needs, and is well planned, is not coincidental.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is your organization of all of those issues that mankind is longing for, is really just waiting for someone to help out with, and you've got those basic areas covered, and they expand into greater and greater uniqueness every week. When I listen to you, it just gets more and more involved with what can be done with it.
We thought,
and I've been listening to you for years.
Yeah, well, we thought and we showed the application, but you got to understand, I have the Keshe Foundation team and the management team here. I have a bigger team who analyze the total soul of mankind behind the line of the dimension of universal community. Everything is well planned. It's an interface between two cultures, universal culture and man, and it's not coincidental. Every teaching, the way taught, where we teach, what is looked at, the overall structure of the human race is meticulously. It's like we go to a course in university, first year, second year, third year, when you're going to graduate to what limit, all planned by another, what I call a structure behind the scene, which
the whole life of the Unicos, the consciousness.
We manage everything. We manage everything. It's management on equal basis the way what we plan on this planet. It's not coincidental that you get this, and at the same time it's open to deviation and diversion as things happen. we watch for encouragement towards peace. And we saw the help, and we sought the help of the Universal Council for elevating, and the core team special meeting a few weeks ago for changing the course in direction of President Trump. He's our biggest problem, that guy.
Yeah.
But it's actually is the key to the peace as well. And we watched if he moves, and last week he moved, we moved with him. That's why immediately the portal was opened. We have to encourage the smaller side. And then the group in charge, or the structure of the soul in charge of this planet to be walked into, decisions made, we go this way. And that's why the announcements today and the negotiation with the Chinese on the background. It's not, as I sit as the spokesman and mediator between the two sides. And it's well organized. It's not coincidental. We don't work on coincidence, but physicality has limitation. And I'm not a young boy anymore.
No, you and I are the same age.
Many people. You know what they say in Chinese? Every 60 years, new life cycle starts. So I tell them I start as a young boy. I'm a toddler now. So life, the 60 years. But it's good to see what we achieved totally as a team, as one race, across nation borders.
It's been an amazing ride. I so appreciate it.
We'll see what happens. Anyway, 2019, we gave you the good news what's going to happen. There's space frontiers, which collaboration of the nations between Iran, my beloved nation, China, which I have a lot of respect for, Russian, and my descendant comes from Georgia, and the operation with the Americans, and especially with the Brazil, with the back water drops of the German technology from past 60, 70 years, will bring a new color to humanity. India will be the enigma and the problem, but the other five can sort it out. But in so many ways, as a human race, we have taken the decision to change the course and the soul of those who've done things, and then time will change. Time is very short. Brazil has taken the front line in education. China has taken the front line in agriculture. Iran has taken the front line in the space development. You've seen Americans have taken the front line for peace, and we see where we go.
So you think we've gone 1,000 or a couple thousand years ahead in our evolution by the teachings? I think I heard you say that.
Not evolution, in understanding of the process. You see, the reason why we decided to participate, not to interfere, was the knowledge of man in the matter state was becoming too scattered and too many different directions from the same thing. And so it had to be brought up to focus and then to develop, and it's there. Very much how you meet in what you call it, management meetings. The soul of universal, what I call coordinators, we are as universal messengers, is the same. Everything is considered for the betterment and condition. And when we sit as part of the creation and creator, we make a decision for totality. Because once we let you loose in the universal community, what you get access to a few toy shops. You got to understand, we are opening to mankind a God knows beyond imagination, what I call Disney World. You get to ride on every ride in the universe. We don't want you to harm yourselves in so many ways. The scale is so huge. You got to be educated, knowledgeable, and at the same time to be done in a very short time, very, very short time. But we have to get the elements of the warmongering destruction out of man.
I agree.
And we succeeded a lot. We have succeeded a lot. The biggest gift for me was when we heard Trump has made that move. There is a lot of cynicism behind it, but we saw, as I said, the repetition of the same thing in Senate, and what you call um, the Israeli-backed decision to make peace with the Palestinians. But
Yeah.
the strange thing is, this wall, $5 billion wall, as I said to the Chinese, give me $1 million, I build you a wall that nobody can cross. But what for? I can show them to come around the back through Canada. And now space technology has no wall frontier. So why are we building this wall? We're trying to say Chinese were advanced by 6,000 years when they built the wall hundreds of years ago. We are going backwards. Now with the space technology, hopefully this situation is and it has to be sorted, because if need be, we can create a wall of fields, but at the same time, I sell you the wall, but I give you a ticket for a free ride from coming into Canada.
Well, they've got drones now that can lift people easily anyway, so they can jump over the wall. It's going to be, they'll have them for sale, probably set up shop just beside the wall and put your drone here to get over the wall.
It is so ridiculous.
And it'll probably be the US making them so that they can sell them. It's just,
the jamming
the way
system
Congress works there.
I think the jamming system not to be detected will come from Iranian Space Agency.
They'll have the anti-drone drones and then the jamming drones, and everybody gets involved. And maybe that's the way it should be. It'll advance the technology. As long as nobody gets hurt, then we're okay, right?
Yes. So we call it a day. We've been going for.
Yes, we got one person with their hand up very patiently here, Jalal, who always likes to get the last word in and has probably a question or something here. Maybe we can accommodate him before we go here, Mr. Keshe. Yes, I know you're very tired. Jalal, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, I'm waiting for tomorrow morning. Good day, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe, you brought up this the cancer of the liver and pancreas. Do the operation of stomach, reducing the stomach size, do affect also the same thing? Can make this cancer because of the star formation changing place?
When you change the environment, you expect some reactions.
So could be that also can happen.
When you change, you see, cancer is not one thing. Cancer is what we cannot solve. We call it a cancer. Huh? In the world of science, when we can't solve the equation, then the problem cannot be solved. We call that equation the cancer. But there are different ways of writing and putting digits in the same equation. And that's what we have to understand in the world of cancer. We call it a cancer because we don't understand the energy pack and conformation, but not the two cancers are because of the same thing and the same position. A lot of people go through an accident, nothing happens, and then they say, oh, I've got a liver cancer. And then you ask them, have you been involved in any cancer? Yeah, but nothing happened. But physically nothing happened, but in that accident you move the intestines in different position. Now the liver has to move. Do you understand? So yes, that move creates what we call cancer because we don't understand it. And its understanding is the problem. And what we change, a lot of people when they get diseases, they just say, I have a disease, you go to get a tablet, but it doesn't solve the problem. You have to understand what happened, that you change an environment inside you. That change of environment doesn't fit. Can you replace it? Can you move it? A few years ago, exactly right now, this time, we were with Caroline on a trip, and they banned her from traveling for 2 weeks. She was in hospital with a lot of pain. And they did everything. They looked at every possible option of a pain that we could fly out. They couldn't find it. They kept us there for 2 or 3 weeks extra. And then when we came back, we went to one of our, friends, who is very knowledgeable. And he saw Caroline and he said, I know what it is. We read it in the books, but you never see it in your lifetime. The skin of the muscle on such a position has moved and it creates this problem. Or it's the skin of a muscle tissue, nothing else. It was showing pain in kidneys, everywhere else. And with 2 or 3 times manipulating it, it was gone. She just made a wrong move, picking something up, and just the one part of the skin of the muscle was moved, causing all the mayhem. So, would that create a different things? We don't know. So cancer is not one. You have to understand what created that condition. Usually when I see people with a cancer, I ask them, has anything happened in the past 5 to 7 years? And the remotest thing they can't remember is actually the cause of it. Many of the car accidents of today are the cause of the cancer in the next 5 to 7 years. And we don't even remember it was a small bash in the car, whatever, because the steering wheel pushes the intestine. It relocates a lot of it. And that relocation needs new changes, new dimensions. That's one of the reasons we see so much in intestine internal cancers. Car injuries or little bangs, you just get the thing blown on you, creates that condition.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, I have another question, very quick.
Yes.
I think it is very interesting.
Yes.
If you, to create a matter, you need a gravitational field and many of magnetical fields, yes?
No, who said you need both? Of that matter.
Again, again, yes.
Thank you very much for today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I wish you all a happy new year if you are the follower of Christ. And many of you who will change your calendars in time in next Tuesday. And I thank the Chinese government and the officials of Chinese government for all their support. They took their time because they wanted to be prudent, to be correct. And I thank the Keshe Foundation Chinese, especially Chinese Keshe Foundation, then Nathan, Max, David and the rest, Chanzo, who have made everything possible for us to be there. It is not easy, it's a hard work. Now the job is in our hand to change the course. We have received a green light from the Chinese government to organize the meeting. They want to see our agenda. After the holidays, I will call in a meeting, a committee to set up our agenda for the Chinese government. We have to understand the culture of the nation, the behavior of us outside the country, and how we propose understanding the East and the West, that we can put a proposal that is acceptable to the Iranian Islamic nation, to the Chinese culture of what we call Buddhist and Taoism. It fits into understanding of Christianity in America, and we can satisfy the what we call Christians and the other supporters in India, that we make one culture out of South American prophets. And this is not an easy task. It needs a lot of understanding of the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and respecting each other's opinion, and not forcing our ways when the committee is set up. We have a few days to set the course for the human race in the future of space technology, which will bring the change in the humanity. In so many ways, I admired what that's the of His Excellency President Trump today, and the resistance of President Putin in standing for peace. And in so many ways, President Xi offering the finances to see the changes through. But at the end brings us to one thing: without the nation of Iran, the technology would not have been there. And I thank the Iranian leadership in opening the doors. We'll meet, hopefully, in Sanya with the most eminent scientists, and if it's not allowed, another part of the world in 2019, to bring the new changes for humanity. Thank you very much for today, and hopefully when we meet next January, or next December for Christmas, it'll be a totally different Christmas for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for enabling us to be here with you for this meeting and for all the meetings that we have. Wow, okay. Fantastic 5-hour workshop here. Thank you. Oh, I hear a voice.
Before you go, before you close down,
Mm-hmm.
I would love to ask if there are any Universal Council members or Earth Council members that would want to bring their wishes for next year in public domain, please. Is anybody present from the council, please? Dr. Gatwa is definitely present.
Gatwa is teaching his class right now.
Ah, he disappeared. Okay. Is anybody else from the council present? Or the Earth Council, please?
Oh, Mashfaq, can you speak maybe? Yeah.
I am present for what is going to happen in 2019.
Can you specify what you expect to happen, please?
Peace and universal knowledge. Very simple, actually. I would probably add prosperity. I don't know what that means really, but given that we are going to a new era, but peace, prosperity, and universal knowledge.
Thank you, Mashfaq. Chachao, are you present, please?
Yes, Carolina. This is Chao, the UC member for Mandarin. And I wish for the 2019, in this year, that we can see the fantastic cooperation with Keshe Foundation and the Chinese government. And this, I believe that will bring a huge change to the Chinese community, as well as other countries, that would push the human race forward and bring us to a new level that can have contact with the universal community. And I hope will be facilitated and the process is smooth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chachao. Caroline Priller, are you present, please?
Yes, I am present. Hello, everyone. This is Caroline, UC German, and I'd like to thank you all for this last year and these last years. And I wish all of us all the best for 2019, that our wish for world peace comes true. And I am present for this wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Snap, are you present, please? Do you have a microphone, Snap? Are you able to speak? Can you see if the microphone can be opened, Rick? Maybe not. Yes?
I wish peace and love on earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Snap. Alex, are you present? Do you have a microphone, Alex? Maybe not. Dr. Rodrigo, are you present? Earth Council South America. Apparently no microphone. Ursula, you see Spanish? Maybe not. Maria? Maria?
Hello, this is Marie. I am the Universal Council representative for the Norwegian language. And I wish for world peace for everyone, and that we find the peace in our emotions and soul and physicality, and that we all will meet, and that it will be a pleasure to meet our brothers and sisters of the universe in the universal community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that Ursula says I am present, but most probably no microphone.
Yes, hi, it's Ursula, present as always with you all, and very proud and happy of what is coming up today and all the sharings and all the beings present. I speak for our Spanish community who is waking up and participating more and more. And my wish is to connect all the communities as one ethos in this beautiful foundation in one planet that we are achieving every day a little bit more and more. And also to have all these feelings that our family, our physical family, start to believe in us, start to believe that what we are doing unconditionally with all our life, our time, our attending, are there for one reason, for peace to all, that I wish in 2019 that we will achieve to have more and more mass communication and mass teachings so that everybody in all countries can awake to the new life and freedom. Thank you for all your sharings. I was learning so much from all of us, and I have been strong to share it in my community and be very proud of all what everybody's doing and where we belong to in this beautiful and unconditional giving love, freedom, and knowledge. Thank you, and really happy new year. Really happy new year for all of us, all around the world, in every country, and that all those who are hungry can be filled up with love and with peace, and knowing that something beautiful will happen next year and is starting now. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the core team?
Well, sure. It's Rick Crammond here, of course. You've mostly heard my voice. For the new year, I think when I just looked over at the live stream, and it puts really the words in my mouth perfectly, which Fried says, peace in 2019 just got a new dimension. I am present. And that to me kind of says it all, that Mr. Keshe has laid it out as in their conversation here today. And we can see a new future being laid out, and we can see it happening very, very quickly in the next few months here. And things will start to play out, as they say. And it is so exciting, and we're so fortunate to be in this time period, in this particular location of all of the entire universe, the whole friggin' universe. And we happen to be on this tiny little planet of all of the billion, trillion, trillions of planets out there that happens to be undergoing this enormous transformation. And we are so lucky, and we should be so full of gratitude. And I am present for that.
Thank you, Rick. I am present. See you next year.
Carolina, you didn't do your wish.
You
can't escape.
She kept it to the end.
I said, I posted it out. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I wish humanity is one in peace and truth, in prosperity. Caroline Keshe.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Can I say something?
Yes, for closing time, yes.
Yes. I hope 2018 have served its purpose to exist. And I wish 2019 bring the serve what is self to exist in peace and love. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Estela. Good morning, everybody. Good evening. Good night. I want to say thank you to all, Mr. Keshe, Caroline, Rick, Clint, everybody, even all the students. I want to thank myself. I want to thank my family, the planet, whoever is up there supporting us. This long journey, I think we're at the tip of a new beginning. Trust, love, respect to ourselves, and freedom from our mind, and be connected to our heart, our soul, and the soul family. And I just want to say love you guys. It's a beautiful present. I'm looking at the big star. I don't know what it is, but it feels like the rebirth. So I think we're coming into a new window. And I just want to say I love you. That's my message. Love to everybody.
Thank you, Estela, love, for bringing that in.
Especially ourselves. We need to love ourselves and love everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, maybe it's time to end the workshop on that note. Unless there's any other last minute notices here, or see any other hands up. So I think we better close off. All right, great workshop. Thank you everybody for attending. And this has been the 256th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 27th, 2018. And we'll see you in next week's workshop in the new year. And there'll be the plasma reactor group also on Wednesday, 7 a.m. Central European time next week. Okay, let's do the ending, Flint, and thank you, everybody.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
Plasma products found at keshefoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation with protective plasma formula. CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen. Emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magravs Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshefoundation.org/store or find a distributor near you. Tax and shipping not included.